26.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Committee on Rules will meet at 4:50 p.m. in the Members' Lounge.
Further announcements. Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may get a chance to make this announcement yet again, but the Conference Committee on SB 155, Creating Violent Crime Prevention Act, will meet today at 6:30 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room. So if you're on that conference committee, it'll be at 6:30 in the House Judiciary Committee room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 78th District, Delegate Chiarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Conference Committee on House Bill 5237 will meet immediately following recess in the back of the Senate chamber.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is, shall the House stand in recess until 5 p.m.? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We stand in recess until 5 p.m.
You have an agenda packet that's been distributed. There is a Senate concurrent resolution for your consideration. Chair will recognize the gentleman from the 96th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move SCR 20 to be reported to the floor with a recommendation that it be adopted.
Gentleman's motion is that Senate concurrent resolution 20 be reported to the full House with a recommendation it be adopted. Is there debate on this motion? Okay, if not, those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. Okay, please turn over to the calendar at this time. Let's turn to the House calendar. Let's turn to the House calendar. And at this time, the chair will recognize the gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move from House calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 841 to the top of special calendar.
Gentleman's motion is that committee substitute for Senate Bill 841 be moved to the top of the special calendar. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Clerk will please call the roll on the motion that committee substitute for Senate Bill 841 be moved on to the top of special calendar.
Delegate Anderson.
Yes.
Delegate Chris. Delegate Chris. Delegate Ellington.
Yes.
Delegate Espinoza.
Yes.
Delegate Fast.
Yes.
Delegate Fluharty.
No.
Delegate Gearhart. Delegate Gearhart. Delegate Hardy.
Yes.
Delegate Hornbuckle.
No.
Delegate Householder.
Yes.
Delegate Howe.
Yes.
Delegate Jeffries.
Yes.
Delegate Kelly.
Yes.
Delegate Linville. Delegate Linville. Delegate Phillips.
Yes.
Delegate Riley. Delegate Riley. Delegate Rohrbach. Delegate Rohrbach. Delegate Summers. Delegate Summers. Delegate Westfall.
Yes.
And Speaker.
Yes. So on this question, there are 12 ayes, 2 nays, and 6 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that motion adopted. Let's turn our attention to special calendar and recognize the gentleman from 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 601 to the bottom of all bills on special calendar.
The motion is that committee substitute for Senate Bill 601 be moved to the foot of the bills on third reading. Those in favor of this motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. Is there other business to come before this meeting of the committee? Okay, if not, gentleman from 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn.
Questions on the motion to adjourn? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you. House will please be in order. Gentleman 96 for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Rules met and moved Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 601 to the foot of all bills, and we moved Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 841 from House calendar to the top of special calendar.
Gentleman the 16th, Douglas Westfall, for the availability of the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conference Committee will meet in the back of the chamber on House Bill 5237 at approximately 6 o'clock. Back of the chamber.
So that's the Conference Committee meeting.
Meeting, yes, sir.
On which bill?
5237.
5237 at 6 p.m. in the back of the House chamber. Clerk has Senate messages.
On committee substitute for House Bill 4399, creating the equitable right of expungement, the Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to recede from its amendments and requests the House to agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses. The President of the Senate has appointed as conferees on the part of the Senate Senators Stover, Deeds, and Caputo.
Message to be received. Gentleman 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
Gentleman 96 moves that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses on committee substitute for House Bill 4399, and that the House authorize the Speaker to appoint conferees to act on the part of the House. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. On this conference committee report, on this conference committee, Chair appoints the gentleman of 53rd, Delegate Pritt, the gentleman of 66, Delegate Nestor, and the gentleman of 76, Delegate Garcia, as conferees on the part of the House. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate.
On committee substitute for House Bill 5084, require retailers to verify identification and age upon purchase of vape products, the Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to recede from its amendments and requests the House to agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses. The President of the Senate has appointed as conferees on the part of the Senate Senators Weld, Stewart, and Woelfel.
The message will be received. Gentleman from 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to an appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman moves that the House concur, the House concur in the Senate's request for the appointment of a committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses on committee substitute for House Bill 5084, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint the committees, the conference committee members on the part of the House. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The Chair declares that motion adopted. On this conference committee will be the gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly, the gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Worrell, and the gentleman from the 76th, Delegate Garcia. Does the clerk have other Senate messages at this time? If not, Chair recognizes the gentleman from 97th, Delegate Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to take a second here to address the House and give my farewell speech to so many of my friends and colleagues here. The very first thing I want to do is I want to reach out to my wife who's watching this. I am completely and passionately in love with my wife. We are high school sweethearts, and she has backed me in every crazy thing I've ever gotten involved in my entire life, from business adventures to trying to be a state politician. She has taken up my responsibilities as a parent, as a business owner, my duties as a husband, and some of the 650 nights that I've been away from home. So I just want to take a second to thank you, Sally Hardy, for giving me this opportunity and letting me do this and being a wonderful wife and a wonderful mother. So that was the very first thing I wanted to say to this House, on this House floor. I want to tell you guys about the first time I came here. So I think maybe my story might be a little unique. The first time I came to the Capitol and the first time I was in the Capitol building is the day that I was sworn in. I'd never been to Charleston, and I'd never been to this building my entire life. Really didn't know what it looked like. I'd really not watched sessions on TV and didn't know a lot about it, but I knew I wanted to be involved in that process, and I felt like that I had a piece of me that I could give to that process. We came down in December, and it was a speaker's race that year, and it was pretty intense around here, if people can remember back to when that speaker's race was happening. So I came in, and I was sworn in by my friend, my now friend, Chief Justice Tim Armstead, swore me in. My family and friends surrounded me, and I was just as excited as could be. And then we broke off my family left, and we broke into that caucus, and we were going to have that speaker's race. So I remember my good friend Jeff Billings, who I didn't know at the time, who has become one of my closest confidants down here, said, just find some place to sit. So as I went back here and I found a seat, I sat where Delegate Burkhammer's sitting now, and I was as nervous as could be. And you guys know I'm a blue-collar guy. I don't have a college education. I've made my living in a pretty tough industry. I made my living painting houses. I mean, for all instances, I'm a house painter and a carpenter. So as I was sitting here and we were going through that process, I was really starting to get nervous. You know, can I do this? Have I gotten so far in over my head? How am I going to fit in here? I just started getting really nervous. And my good friend from the 34th came in and sat down beside me, Delegate Mark Dean. He pulls out a can of snuff out of his back pocket. He snaps it about 3 times, takes one of those big old West Virginia 3-finger dips, and says, "How you doing, buddy?" And I knew right then and there I was going to be fine. And that is no disrespect from my friend from the 34th, because we are all real people in this house. We are real, everyday citizens legislatures. We're farmers, we're truck drivers, we're painters, we're insurance salesmen, we're all walks of life. And I say this to people that are watching, no matter what your background is or where you come from, if you have a heart for service and you think you can offer something to other people, please act on that. Doesn't mean you have to be in the West Virginia legislature. Get involved in your local Rotary. Get involved in something. Life is much more fun when you get involved, right? So I wanted to just tell you about my little story about, my first couple days down here and how I got introduced. And I want to thank a few people while I'm here. I'd like to first thank Delegate Householder. I've been riding his coattails since I got here. He put me on finance as a freshman, and I joked with Clay Riley, only the best of the best get on finance as a freshman. So that really helped jumpstart my career, and I appreciate him having the confidence in putting me in finance as a freshman. My good friend Paul Espinosa, who has always been there to counsel me on policy, to calm me when I can sometimes get a little excited and maybe bump right up against where I shouldn't be. But Paul has always had that calming ability and really shown me a lot on policy. I also want to tell you a little story about a time we were down here and we were working on a very contentious social issue. And that sometimes we work on these very contentious social issues and they're hard. And I don't like them. I'm a Chamber of Commerce Republican. I come down here to work on a diversified economy and make business better. So the social issues are not my friend. So we had been working on this very tough social issue, and I was standing out in the rotunda, and I was really personally attacked in the rotunda, not physically, but personally and verbally attacked, and I'm not a very emotional guy. I'm really good at being able to retain my emotions most of the time. And I was very upset, and I came back here, and I cowered in this little office back here on the verge of tears. I was very upset. But 2 of the finest human beings I've ever met in my life that sit in this House chamber searched me out, consoled with me, and prayed with me. And that's my friend David Kelly and my friend John Paul Hott, who are dear friends of mine, and I will make sure that I maintain relationships with those gentlemen when I leave this building. I'd also like to talk a little bit about my friend Jeff Billings. I'm not sure where he's at, but this place would fall apart without Mr. Billings. I don't know if people outside this building understand how hard that man works and how many things he juggles and how he takes care of all of us. He's a fine gentleman. He's a hard worker. He's got a hard, crusty outer shell, but once you get through it, he's all ooey and gooey inside. And I know he doesn't like me saying that. So I'd like to just talk about one other person before I leave, my fellow colleague who's not here anymore, working for the governor's office, Darrell Coles. Every good idea that I've ever had, every good piece of legislation that I've ever come up with has mostly came from Darrell Coles. Darrell Coles is very strong on policy, and he understands how this building works, and I would not have passed a lot of the legislation that I was able to be successful with without his help. So I want to give kudos to him. So in closing, I'd just like to say, from a kid who grew up in a trailer down along a creek, I won't say we were poor, but we had what we needed. Didn't do the greatest in school, never went to college, but I've sat on this House floor. I've served with some of the finest people in West Virginia, and we have accomplished a lot. I'm so proud of what we have accomplished to grow our economy, move our state forward, and try to make every West Virginian's life better. So I thank each and every one of you for your time, your effort, your love, your laughs, your arguments, everything I've ever had with you. I will truly miss every one of you. I will miss this process, but I will enjoy my time at home. So thank you all very much, and I appreciate everything that we've been through.
Does the clerk have other Senate messages at this time?
On committee substitute for House Bill 4851 to allow for public and private schools in West Virginia to employ security personnel, the clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to recede from its amendments and requested the House to agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses. The President of the Senate has appointed as conferees on the part of the Senate Senators Hamilton, Oliverio, and Woelfel.
The message be received. Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman moves that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of 3 for conference on the part of the House on House Bill 4851, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint the conferees on the part of the House. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. On that conference committee, the chair appoints the gentleman to 77th, Douglas Statler, the gentleman to 39th, Douglas Smith, and the gentleman to 52nd, Douglas Rowe. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages?
On committee substitute for House Bill 5544 relating to requiring certain reporting from the Mountaineer Trail Network Authority each year, the clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to recede from its amendments and requested the House to agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses. The President has appointed as conferees on the part of the Senate Senators Jeffries, Maynard, and Caputo.
That message be received. Gentleman from 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman moves that the House agree to the appointment of a conference committee of 3 on the part of the 2 houses on the disagreeing votes on House Bill 5544, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint the committee of 3 on the part of the House. Are there those in favor of the gentleman's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. On that conference committee, the chair appoints the gentleman from the 87th, Delegate Howe, the gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Jeffries, and the lady from the 81st, Delegate Hamilton. Does the clerk have other Senate messages at this time? If not, further bills on 3rd reading.
committee substitute for Senate Bill 841, setting amount of unemployment taxes and benefits.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with the general right to amend. Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Are there objections to having the primary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Are there secondary amendments before the primary amendment is explained? Are there secondary amendments?
Delegates Riley and Fehrenbacher Delegates Riley and Fehrenbacher move to amend the committee amendment on page 1, following the enacting clause by striking out the remainder of the bill and inserting in lieu thereof the following. This is HFA Riley and Fehrenbacher 3-9, number 2.
Are there objections to allowing the sponsor to explain this amendment in lieu of having it read in full? Objection is heard. Objection is heard. Clerk will please read the amendment. Oh, Gentleman 64th Delegate Burkhammer, state the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that to be an objection for reading bills on third reading, but does that same objection when it's an amendment, that it has to be read?
The House has not directed otherwise, so at this time, the request for unanimous consent was denied.
So then I could move?
The gentleman could move that the rule be suspended and that the amendment not be read.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the amendment be explained in lieu of having been read.
Okay, this is a rule suspension vote. This does take a 2/3 vote for adoption. The gentleman from the 64th Delegate Burkhammer moves that the amendment be explained in lieu of it being read. This is a rule suspension vote. Those in favor of the rule suspension that would have the amendment explained in lieu of having it read will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 84 ayes, 15 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that rule suspended. The gentleman from the 72nd will explain the amendment in lieu of having it read in full.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would change the law relating to unemployment compensation. Among the changes are, it conforms the taxable wages that are taxable to employers to the approximate current amount of $9,500. It creates the Jobs and Reemployment Act, which conditions of eligibility for benefits only if the applicant seeks and continues to seek work by conducting at least 4 work search activities weekly. It conforms the maximum weekly benefit rate to the current maximum weekly benefit rate of $662. It keeps the maximum number of weeks for benefits at 26 weeks. It allows a recipient to accept part-time open position or otherwise accept part-time employment for which the wages are less than his or her weekly benefit rate and continue to receive unemployment benefits without reduction for those wages for the duration of his or her benefit periods. These changes will become effective July 1st, 2024. I urge adoption.
You've heard the amendment explained. The question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? This is on the secondary amendment. The floor is open for debate on the secondary amendment. This is the secondary amendment. The clerk is in receipt of another secondary amendment offered by the gentleman on the 97th and the gentleman on the 37th. Do these gentlemen, do the sponsors wish to explain this secondary amendment?
Consent to withdraw the secondary amendment.
Gentleman from the 37th, Dr. Gearhart, asks unanimous consent to withdraw a pending secondary amendment. The objections having it withdrawn. Okay, there are no objections. That secondary amendment will be withdrawn. Are there other secondary amendments? Okay, there are no other secondary amendments. Again, floor is open for debate on the secondary amendment to Senate Bill 841. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The secondary amendment is adopted. Are there other secondary amendments? If not, the question is on the primary amendment. Is there debate now on the primary amendment as amended? If not, those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there other primary amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be again read a third time as amended.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 841, setting amount of unemployment taxes and benefits.
To what? Jim wants the bill read? Just jump right to it. Okay, clerk will please. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Objection is heard. Clerk will please read the bill.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 841, a bill to amend and reenact 21A-1A-28 of the Code of West Virginia, 1931 as amended, to amend and reenact 21A-6-1D and 21A-6-10 of said code, to amend and reenact 21A-6A-4 and 21A-6A-5 of said code, and to amend 21A-6B-6 of said code, all relating to the amount of unemployment taxes and benefits, removing definitions, modifying the calculation of the taxable wage base, modifying methodology for calculating the maximum benefit rate, requiring work search activities to qualify for unemployment benefits, defining what constitutes work search activities, mandating submittal of proof of work search activities, providing for verification of work search activities, granting Commissioner of Workforce West Virginia discretion in verification of work search activities, mandating establishment of process to refer individuals seeking unemployment benefits to job opportunities, requiring individuals receiving referrals to suitable work to apply for and accept that work, mandating employers to refer refusal or offer of employment to Commissioner, allowing individuals who accept part-time, non-suitable employment to receive unemployment benefits without reduction for wages under certain circumstances, making certain individuals applying for or receiving unemployment benefits exempt from work search requirements, establishing process for notification of work search activity requirements, requiring rulemaking, setting internal effective date, modifying the total extended benefit amount, and modifying the short-time compensation weekly benefit amount. Be it enacted by the Legislature of West Virginia. Article A1, definitions. 21A-1A-28, wages. A, wages means all remuneration for personal service, including commissions, gratuities, customarily received by an individual in the course of employment for persons other than the employing unit, as long as such gratuities equal or exceed an amount of not less than $20 each month, and which are required to be reported by the employer or to the employer by the employee. Bonuses and the cash value of all remuneration in any medium other than cash, except for agricultural labor and domestic service. The term wages includes remuneration for service rendered to the state as a member of the State National Guard or Air National Guard only when serving on a temporary basis pursuant to a call made by the governor under 15-1D-1 and 15-1D-2 of this code. B, the term wages does not include 1, that part of the remuneration which after remuneration equals to $9,500 is paid during a calendar year to an individual by an employer or his or her predecessor with respect to employment during any calendar year, is paid to such individual by such employer during such calendar year, unless that part of the remuneration is subject to a tax under a federal law imposing a tax against which credit may be taken for contributions required to be paid into a state unemployment fund. For the purposes of this section, the term employment includes service constituting employment under any unemployment compensation law of another state, or which as a condition for a full tax credit against the tax imposed by the Federal Unemployment Act is required to be covered under this chapter, and except that for the purposes of 21A-6-1, 21A-610, 21A-611, and 21A-613 of this code, all remuneration earned by an individual in employment shall be credited to the individual and included in his or her computation of base period wages, provided that the remuneration paid to an individual by an employer with respect to employment in another state or other states upon which contributions were required of and paid by such employer under an unemployment compensation law of such other state or states shall be included as part of the remuneration equal to the amounts of $9,500. In applying such limitation on the amount of remuneration that is taxable, an employer shall be accorded the benefit of all or any portion of such amount which may have been paid by its predecessor or predecessors. Provided, however, that if the definition of the term wages as contained in section 3306B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1954 as amended is amended to include remuneration in excess of $9,500
paid to an individual by an employer under the Federal Employment Tax Act earning a calendar year wage for the purpose of this definition shall include remuneration paid to a calendar year individual by an employer subject to this chapter on his predecessor with respect to employment during any calendar year up to an amount equal to the amount of the remuneration taxable under the Federal Employment Tax Act. To the amount of payment made, including any amount paid by an employee for insurance or annuities, or into a fund to provide for any such payment to or on behalf of an individual in its employee or in of his or her dependents under a plan or system established by an employer, which makes provision for individual its employee generally works for such individuals and dependents, or for a class or class of such individuals, or for a class of such individuals and their dependents, or account of a retirement. B6 or accident disability payments made to an employee under an approved state workers' compensation law, or C, medical hospitalization in connection with sickness or accident, disability, or death. D, debt. 3, any payment made by an employer to an individual and its employee, including the amount paid by an employer for insurance or annuities, or to a fund to provide for any such payment or account of retirement. 4, any payment by an employer on account of sickness, accident, disability, or medical hospitalization expenses in connection and sickness with this accident, disability to, or on behalf of an individual and his employer after the expiration of 6 calendar months following the last calendar month in which such individual worked for such employer. 5, any payment made by an employer to or on behalf of an individual and his employer, his or her beneficiary, A, from, to, or to a trust described in Section 401A, which is exempt from tax under Section 501A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code at the time of such payments, unless such payments made for an individual and employee of the trust as remuneration for services rendered by such individuals not as a beneficiary of the trust, or B, under or to an annuity plan which at the time of such payment is plan described in Section 403A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code. 6, the payment by the employer of the tax imposed upon an employer under Section 3101 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code with respect to remuneration paid to an employee for domestic service in private home or the employer of agricultural labor. 7, remuneration paid by an employer in any medium other than cash to an individual and its employee for service not in the course of an employer's trade or business. 8, any payment other than vacation or sick pay made by an employer to an individual and its employee after the month in which he or she attains the age of 65 years if he or she did not work for the employer in the period for which such payment is made. 9, payment not required under any contract hired to made to an individual with respect to his or her period of training or service in the armed forces of the United States employer by which such individual was formerly employed. And 10, vacation-based unrestricted savings plans received by an individual before or after becoming totally or partially unemployed by each prior to becoming totally or partially unemployed, provided the term totally or partially unemployed does not include A, employees who are on vacation by reason of the request of the employees or their duly authorized agent for a vacation at a specific time at which request by the employees or their agent is exceeded to by their employer. B, employees who are on vacation by reason of the employer's request provided they are so informed at least 9 days prior to such vacation. Or C, employees who are on vacation by reason of the employer's request where such a vacation is in addition to the regular vacation, the employer compensates such employee at a rate equal to or exceeding their regular daily rate of pay during the vacation period. C, the reasonable cash value remuneration in medium other than cash shall be estimated and determined in accordance with the rules prescribed by the Commissioner except for remuneration other than cash for service provided in agricultural labor and domestic service. D, the amendments made to this section during the 2024 regular session should become effective July 1, 2024. Article 6, Employment Eligibility Benefits, 21A61 Eligibility Qualifications. As unemployed individuals shall be eligible to receive benefits only if the Commissioner finds that 1, he or she registered for work at and thereafter continues to report at an employment office in accordance with regulation of the Commissioner. 2, he or she has made a claim for benefits in accordance with the provision of Article 7 of this chapter, 21A-7-1 of this code, and has furnished his or her Social Security numbers if he or she has more than one such number. 3, he or she is able to work and is available for full-time work for which he or she is fitted by prior training or experience and is actively seeking work as defined in 21A-61D of this code. 4, he or she has been totally or partially unemployed during his or her benefit year for a waiting period of 1 week prior to the week of which he or she claims benefits for total or partial unemployment. 5, he or she has within his or her base period paid wages for unemployment equal not less than $2,200 and must have earned wages in or more than 1/4 of his or her base period, or if he or she is not eligible under his or her base period, has within his or her alternative base period been paid wages for employment equal to less than $2,200 and must have earned in wages more than 1/4 of his or her alternative base period. And 6, he or she participates in reemployment services defined in 21A61D of this code, such as job assistance services, if the individual has been determined to be likely to exhaust regular benefits needs reemployment services pursuant to a profiling system by the Commissioner, unless the Commissioner determines that A, the individual has completed such services, or B, there is justifiable cause for claimant's failure to participate in such services. The amendments made to this section during the 2024 regular session should become effective July 1, 2024. 21A61D Jobs and Reemployment Act. In addition to compliance with all eligibility requirements, individuals shall be eligible and shall remain eligible for unemployment benefits only if he or she actively seeks and continues to seek work by conducting at least 4 work search activities weekly as defined as 1, registering for work with the state's labor exchange as a placement firm, temporary work agencies, or education institution with job placement offices. 2, logging on and looking for work in the state's labor exchange or other online job matching system. 3, using reemployment service and job centers for complying similar online service activities, including not limited to obtaining youth labor market and career information, participating in reemployment service eligibility assessment activities, participating in skill assessment for occupational matching, instructional workshops, or other specialized activities. 4, completing job applications for employers that have or recently expected to have a job openings or have filed through job referrals or job development attempts as directed by Workforce West Virginia staff. 5, applying for and participating in employment and training services provided by partner programs and job centers. 6, participate in work-related networking events such as job clubs, job fairs, industry association events, or networking groups. 7, make contacts with or in-person visits to employers that have or are reasonably expected to have job openings. 8, take a civil service examination. 9, going on interviews with employers, either in person or virtually. Or 10, performing any other work, search activities prescribed or allowed by rules promulgated by Workforce West Virginia. B, the Commissioner may, 1, require an individual time application of unemployment benefits and weekly thereof to provide proof of all his or her work search activities. 2, verify submissions of proof of work search activity by individuals applying for or receiving unemployment benefits. And 3, determine any individual who fails to perform work search activities or provide proof of work search activities as required by this section ineligible to receive unemployment benefits unless the individual can reasonably explain his or her failure to do so or timely remedy the failure to provide proof of his or her work search activity. C, the Commissioner shall have discretion to determine the sufficiency of the proof of the work search activities submitted. The explanation of a failure to submit such proof, the provision of such proof after an inaccuracy in proof provided is identified, and whether an individual has otherwise complied with the requirements of this section. D, the Commissioner shall, utilizing existing resource, 1, establish precedent with Workforce West Virginia will share open positions submitted to or posted by division personnel or any other state administered job board by employers directly with individuals applying for or receiving unemployment benefits. And 2, establish a process by which, for the purpose of helping individuals apply for a receiving unemployment benefits, secure suitable work. Workforce West Virginia shall refer individuals applying for a receiving unemployment benefits to such open position, including facilitating contact between employers and those individuals and monitoring whether those individuals are sufficiently responsive to a referral. E, individual applying for or receiving unemployment benefits who receives referrals from Workforce West Virginia to job or jobs considered to be suitable as that term is identified in this chapter shall apply for that job or these jobs within 1 week of receiving the referrals and accept employment in suitable work if offered. F, employers shall report the refusal of any individual who is receiving unemployment benefits and who received job referrals from Workforce West Virginia to accept an offer of unemployment to the Commissioner, and also report those that accept employment either have or are dismissed from that employment within 6 weeks of the start date of that employment. The report shall be made in writing and in a manner prescribed by the Commissioner and shall be signed by the employer. The report shall become part of the file of the individual's claim for benefits. G, individuals receiving unemployment benefits who accept a referral to a part-time open position or otherwise get part-time employment for which the wages are less than his or her weekly benefit rate shall continue receiving employment benefits without reduction for those wages for the duration of his or her benefits period. H, with the exception of individuals who have received or been served with a summons for jury duty or her serving on jury in any court of the state, United States, or any state of the United States, are receiving vocational training as described in the provision of 21A64 of this code, are partially unemployed and receiving low earnings reports from their employer, are eligible to receive short-term compensation under a work-sharing approach described in 21A6B5 of this code, or who are members in good standing of the union that refers its members to employment for a union hall. All individuals applying for or receiving unemployment benefits should be subject to requirements of this section, including but not limited to individuals who are seasonally unemployed or laid off, subject to recall by the employer. I, Workforce Association, shall notify individuals seeking benefits at the time that claim is filed and any other time during the benefit year that the requirements substantially change of the obligation to actively seek work. Delivery notification shall be made by the method selected by the individual seeking benefits and may include United States mail, email, online mailbox, or text message. The notification shall include at amendment types of work search activities are acceptable, number of work search activities that are required any week. The requirement that work search activities be documented and required to apply and accept if all are suitable job referrals by the agency. J, the Commissioner shall promulgate rules for legislative in accordance with the provision of 29A31 at second of this code. K, the provision of this section shall become effective July 1, 2024. 21A610, benefit rate total unemployment. A, each eligible individual who is totally unemployed in any way shall be paid benefits with respect to that week at weekly rates appearing in column C in the benefits table in this section. On the line on which in column A there is indicated the employer's wage class, except as otherwise provided under the term total and partial unemployment in 21A, 1A, 27 of this code. The employee's wage class shall be determined by his or her base wages as shown in column B in the benefit table. The right of an employee to receive benefits shall not be prejudiced, nor the amount thereof be diminished by reason of failure by an employer to pay either wages earned by the employee or the contribution due on such wages. B, the maximum benefit for each wage class shall be equal to 26 times the weekly benefit rate. Benefit table A, B, C, wages in weekly, maximum class, base period, benefit rate under $2,200 and eligible. 1, $2,200, $2,359.99, $24, $624. 2, $23.50, $24.99, $25,650, 3, $2,500, $26.49, $27,702, 4, $27.50, $27.99, $99, $28,728, 5, $2,800, $29.49, $99, $30, $780, 6, $29.50, $30.99, $99, $31, $806, 7, $3,100, $32.49, $99, $33, $858, 8, $32.50, $33.99, $35.9, 10, 9, $3,500, $35.49, $99, $36.9, $36, 10, $35.50, $36.99, $99, $38, $988, 11, $3,700, $38.49, $99, $39, 114, 12, 3,850, 3,999, 41, 10, 66, 13, 4,000, 41, 41, 41, 49, 99, 43, 1, 1800, 14, 4150, 4299, 44, 14400, 15, 4300, 44, 49, 46, 1196, 16, 4450, 45, 99, 99, 47, 12222, 17, 4600, 4749, 99, $49, 1274, 18, 4750, 4899, 99. 51, 1,326, 18, 4,900, 5,000, 49.99, 52, 1352, 20, 5,050, 51, 99, 99, 54, 1404, 21, 5,200, 5,349, 99, 55, 14300, 22, 5,350, 5,499, 99, $57, 1,482, 23, 5,500, 5,649, 99, 58, 1,508, 24, 5,650, 5,799, $60, 1,560, 25, 5,800, 559, 49, 99, 62, 1,612, 26, 5,950, 6,099, 99, 63, 1,638, 27, 6,100, 6,249, 99, 65, 1,690, 28, 6,250, 6,399, 99, $6, 1,716, 29, 6,400, 6,549, 99, 68, 1,768, 30, 6,550, 6,699, 97, 1,820, 31, 6,700, 6,849, 99, 71, 1,846, 32, 6,850, 6,999, 73, 1,898, 33, 7,000, 7,149, 99, 74, 1,924, 34, 7,150, 7,299, 99, $76, 1,976, 35, 7,300, 7,449, 99, 78, 2,028, 36, 7,450, 7,599, 99, 79, 2,054, 37, 7,600, 7,749, 99, 81, 2,106, 38, 7,750, 7,899, 82, 2,132, 39, 7,900, 8,049, 99, 84, 2,184, 40, 8,050, 8,199, 85, 2,210, 41, 8,200, 8,349, 99, 87, 2,262, 42, 8,350, 8,499, 89, 2,314, 43, 8,500, 8,649, 99, 90, 2,340, 44, 8,650, 8,799, 99, 92, 2,039, 392, 45, 8,800, 8,949, 99, 93, 2,418, 46, 8,950, 9,099, 99, 95, 2,470, 47, 9,100, 9,249, 99, 97, 2,522, 48, 9,250, 9,399, 99, 98, 2,548, 49, 9,400, 9,549, 99, 100, 2,600, 50, 9,550, 9,699, 99, 101, 2,626, 51, 9,700, 9,849, 99, 103, 2,678, 52, 9,850, 9,999, 104, 2,704, 53, 10,000, 10,149, 99, 106, 2,756, 54, 10,150, 10,299, 99, 108, 2,808, 55, 10,300, 10,449, 99, 109, 2,834, 56, 10,450, 10,599, 99, 111, 2,886, 57, 10,600, 10,074, 999, 112, 2,912, 58, 10,750, 10,899, 99, 114, 2,964, 59, 10,900, 11,049, 99, 116, 3,016, 60, 11,050, 11,199, 99, 117, 3,042, 61, 11,200, 11,349, 99, 119, 3,094, 62, 11,350, 11,499, 99, 120, 3,120, 63, 11,500, 11,649, 99, 122, 3,172, 64, 11,650, 11,799, 99, 124, 3,224, 65, 11,800, 11,949, 99, 125, 3,250, 66, 11,950, 12,099, 99, 127, 3,302, 67, 12,100, 12,249, 99, 128, 3,328, 68, 12,250, 12,039, 99, 130, 3,380, 69, 12,400, 12,549, 99, 131, 3,406, 70, 12,550, 12,699, 99, 133, 3,458, 71, 12,700, 12,849, 99, 135, 3,510, 72, 12,850, 12,999, 99, 136, 3,536, 73, 13,000, 13,149, 99, 138, 8,588, 74, 13,150, 13,299, 99, 139, 3,614, 75. 13,300, 13,449, 99, 141, 3,666, 76. 13,450, 13,599, 143, 3,718, 77. 13,600, 13,749, 99, 144, 3,744. 78, 13,750, 13,899, 99, 146, 3,796, 79, 13,900, 14,049, 99, 147, 3,822, 80, 14,050, 14,199, 104, $3,874, 81, 14,200, 14,349, 99, 150, 3,900, 82, 14,350, 14,499, 99, 152, 3,952, 83, 14,500, 14,064, 99, 154, 4,004, 84. 14, 650, 14,799, 99, 155, 4,030, 85, 14,800, 14,949, 99, 157, 4,082, 86, 4,950, 15,999, 158, 4,108, 87, 15,100, 15,249, 99, 160, 4,160, 88, 15,250, 15,399, 99, 162, 4,212, 89, 15,400, 15,549, 99, 163, 4,238, 90, 15,550, 15,699, 99, 165, 4,290, 91, 15,700, 15,849, 99, $166, 4,600, 316, 192, 15,850, 15,999, $106, 4,368, 93, 16,000, 16,149, 99, 170, 4,420, 94, 16,150, 16,299, 99, 171, 4,446, 95, 16,300, 16,449, 99, 173, 4,498, 96, 16,450, 16,590, 99, 174, 4,524, 97, 16,600, 16,749, 99, 176, 4,576, 98, 16,750, 16,899, 99, 177, 4,602, 99, 16,900, 17,049, 99, 179, 4,654, 100, 17,050, 17,199, 99, 181, 4,706, 101, 17,200, 17,349, 99, 182, 4,732, 102, 17,350, 17,499, 99, 184, 4,784, 103, 17,500, 17,649, 99, 185, 4,810, 104, 17,650, 17,799, 187,000, 4,862, 105, 17,800, 17,949, 99, 189, 4,914, 106, 17,950, 18,099, 99, 190, 4,940, 107, 18,100, 18,249, 99, 192, 4,992, 108, 18,250, 13,000, 18,399, 99, 193, 5,018, 109, 18,400, 18,549, 99, 195, 5,070, 110, 18,550, 18,699, 99, 196, 5,096, 111, 18,700, 18,849, 99, 198, 5,148, 112, 18,850, 18,099, 99999, $200, 5,200, 113, 19,000, 19,149, 99, 201, 5,226, 14, 114, 19,150, 19,299, 99, 203, 5,278, 115, 19,300, 19,499, 99, 204, 5,304, 116, 19,450, 19,599, 99, 206, 5,356, 117, 19,600, 19,749, 99, 208, 5,408, 118, 19,750, 19,989.
Ladies and gentlemen, House will be in order. Clerk has an announcement.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that on Senate Bill 155, creating Violent Crime Prevention Act, that the Senate has agreed to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House, and the President has appointed Senators Stewart, Deeds, and Caputo.
Message be received.
120, 20,050, 20,199, 99, 212, 5,512, 121, 20,200, 20,349, 99, 214, 5,564, 122, 20,350, 20,499, 99, 216, 5,616, 123, 20,500, 20,649, 99, 217, 5,642, 124, 20,650, 20,799.99, 219, 5,694, 125, 20,800, 20,949.99, 220, 5,720, 126, 20,950, 21,099.99, $222, 5,772, 127, 21,100, 21,249.99, 223, 5,798, 128, 21,250, 21,399, 225, 5,850, 129, 21,400, 21,549.99, 227, 5,902, 130, 21,550, 21,669, 228, 5,928, 131, 21,700, 21,849.99, 230, 5,980, 132, 21,850, 21,999.99, 231, $6,006. 133, 22,000, 22, 149.99, 233, 6,058, 134, 22, 150, 22, 299.99, 235, 6,110, 135, 22, 300, 22, 449.99, 23, 236, 6,136, 136, 22,450, 22,599.99, 238, 6,188, 137, 22,600, 22,749.99, 239, 6,214, 138, 22,750, 22,899.99, 241, 6,266, 139, 22,900, 23,049.99, 243, 6,318, 140, 23,050, 23,199.99, 244, 6,344, 141, 23,200, 23,349.99, 246, 6,396, 190, 142, 23,350, 23,049.99, 147, 6,044.22, 143, 23,500, 23,649.99, 249, 6,474, 144, 23,650, 23,799.99, 250, 6,500, 145, 20,800, 20,000, 23,949.99, 252, 6,552, 146, 23,950, 24,099.99, 254, 6,604, 147, 24,100, 24,249.99, 255, 6,630. 630, 148, 24,250, 24,399.99, 257, 6,682, 149, 24,400, 24,549.99, 258, 6,708, 150, 24,550, 24,699.99, 260, 6,760, 151, 24,700, 24,849.99, 262, 6,812, 152, 24,850, 24,999.99, 263, 6,838, 153, 25,000, 25,149.99, 265, 6,890, 154, 25,150, 25,299.99, 266, 6,916, 155, 25,300, 25,449.99, 268, 6,968, 156, 25,450, 25,599, 99, 269, 6,994, 157, 25,600, 25,749.99, 271, 7,046, 158, 25,750, 25,899.99, 273, 7,098, 159, 25,900, 26,049.99, 274, 7,124, 160, 26,050, 26,199.99, 276, 7,176, 161, 26,200, 26,349.99, 277, 7,202, 162, 26,350, 26,499.99, 279, 7,254, 163, 26,500, 26,064.99, 281, 7,306, 165, 26,800, 26,949.99, 284, 7,384, 166, 26,950, 27,099.99, 285, 7,410, 167, 27,100, 27,249.99, 287, 7,462, 168, 27,250, 27,399.99, 289, 7,514, 169, 27,400, 27,549.99, 290, 7,540, 170s, 27,550, 27,699.99, 292, 7,592, 171, 27,700, 27,849.99, 293, 7,618, 172, 27,850, 27,999.99, 295, 7,670, 173, 27,000, 28,149.99, 296, 7,696, 174, 28,150, 28,299.99, 298, 7,748, 175, 28,300, 28,449.99, 300, 7,800, 176, 28,400, 28,450, 28,599.99, 301, 7,826, 177, 28,600, 28,749.99, 303, 7,878, 178, 28,750, 28,899.99, 304, 7,904. 179, 28,900, 29,049.99, 306, 7,956, 180, 29,050, 29,199.99, 308, 8,008, 181, 29,200, 29,349.99, 309, 8,034, 182, 29,350, 29,499.99, 311, 8,086, 183, 29,500, 29,640.99, 312, 8,112, 185, 29,800, 29,949.99, 315, 8,190, 186, 29,950, 30,099.99, 317, 8,242, 187, 30,100, 30,249.99, 319, 8,294, 188, 30,250, 30,399.98, 320, 8,320, 189, 30,400, 30,549.99, 322, 8,372, 190, 30,550, 30,699.99, 323, 8,398, 191, 30,700, 30,849.99, 325, 8,450, 192, 30,850, 30,999.99, 327, 8,502, 193, 31,000, 31,149.99, 328, 8,528, 194, 31,150, 31,299.99, 330, 8,580, 195, 31,300, 31,449.99, 331, 8,606, 196, 31,450, 31,599.99, 333, 8,658, 197, 31,600, 31,749.99, 335, 8,710, 198, 31,750, 31,899.99, 336, 8,736, 199, 31,900, 32,049.99, 338, 8,788, 200, 32,050, 32,199.99, 339, 8,814, 201, 32,200, 32,349.99, 341, 8,866, 202, 32,350, 32,499.99, 342, 8,892, 203, 32,500, 32,649.99, 344, 8,944, 204, 32,650, 32,799.99, 346, 8,996, 205, 32,800, 32,949.99, 347, 9,022, 206, 32,950, 33,099.99, 349, 9,074, 207, 33,100, 33,249.99, 350, 9,100, 208, 33,250, 33,399.99, 352, 9,152, 209, 33,400, 33,549, 354, 9,204, 210, 33,550, 33,699.99, $355, 9,230, 211, 33,700, 30,849.99, 357, 9,282, 212, 33,850, 30,099.99, 358, 9,308, 213, 34,000, 34,149.99, 360, 9,360, 214, 34,150, 34,299.99, 361, 9,386, 215, 34,300, 34,449.99, 363, 9,438, 216, 34,450, 34,599.99, 365, 9,490, 217, 34,600, 34,749.99, 36, 366, 9,516.
House will be in order. House will be in order. Clerk has the availability of a conference committee report.
The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 5237, prohibiting driving slow in left lane except under certain circumstances, shall be available in the clerk's office.
Message be received.
220, 35,050, 35,198.99, 371, 9,646, 221, 35,200, 35,349, 373, 9,698, 222, 35,350, 35,499.99, 374, 9,724, 223, 35,500, 35,649.99, 376, 9,776, 224, 35,650, 35,799.99, 377, 9,802, 225, 35,800, 35,949.99, 379, 9,084, 854, 226, 35,950, 36,099.99, 3,881, 9,906, 227, 36,100, 36,249.99, $382, 9,932, 228, 36,250, 36,399.99, 384, 9,984, 229, 36,400, 36,549.99, 385, 10,010. 230, 36,550, 36,699.99, 387, $10,062, 231, 36,700, 36,849.99, 388, 10,088, 232, 36,850, 36,999.99, 390, 10,140, 233, 37,000, 37,149.99, 392, 10,192, 234, 37,150, 37,299.99, 393, 10,1018, 235. 37,300, 37,449.99, 395, 10,270, 236, 37,450, 37,599.99, 396, 10,296, 237, 37,600, 37,749.99, 398, 10,348, 238, 37,750, 37,899.99, 400, 10,400, 239, 37,900, 38,049.99, 401, 10,426, 240, 38,050, 38,199.99, 403, 10,478, 241, 38,200, 38,349.99, 404, 10,504. 242, 38,350, 38,499.99, 406, 10,556. 243, 38,500, 38,649.99, 408, 10,608, 244, 38,650, 38,799.99, 409, 10,634, 245, 38,800, 38,949.99, 411, 10,686, 246, 38,950, 39,099.99, 412, 10,712, 247, 39,100, 39,249.99, 414, 10,664, 248, 39,250, 39,399.99, 415, 10,790, 249, 39,400, 39,549.99, 417, 10,842, 250, 39,550, 39,699.99, 419, 10,894, 251, 39,700, 39,849.99, 420, 10,920, 252, 39,850, 39,999.99, 422, 10,972, 253, 40,000, 40,149.99, 423, 10,998, 254, 40,150 and above, 424, 1124. 254, 40,150, 40,299.99, 425, 11,050, 255, 40,300, 40,449.99, 427, 11,102, 256, 40,450, 40,599, 428, 11,128, 257, 40,600, 40,749.99, 430, 11,180, 258, 40,750, 40,899.99, 431, 11,206, 259, 40,900, 41,049.99, 433, 11,258. 260, 41,050, 41,199.99, 434, 11,284, 261, 41,200, 41,349.99, 436, 11,336, 262, 41,350, 41,499.99, 438, 11,388, 263, 41,500, 41,649.99, 439, 11,414, 264, 41,650, 41,799.99, 441, 11,466, 265, 41,800, 41,949.99, 442, 11,492, 266, 41,950, 42,099.99, 444, 11,544, 267, 42,100, 42,249.99, 446, 11,596, 268, 42,250, 42,399.99, 447, 11,622, 269, 42,400, 42,549.99, 449, 11,674, 270, 42,550, 42,699.99, 450, 11,700, 271, 42,700, 42,849.99, 452, 11,752, 272, 42,850, 42,999.99, 454, 11,804, 273, 43,000, 43,149.99, 455, 11,830, 274, 43,150, 43,299.99, 457, 11,882, 275, 43,300, 43,449.99, 458, 11,908, 276, 4,000, 43,450, 43,599.99, 460, 11,960, 277, 43,600, 43,749, 461, 11,986, 278, 43,750, 43,899.99, 463, 12,038, 279, 43,900, 44,049.99, 465, 12,090, 280, 44,050, 44,199.99, 466, 12,116, 281, 44,200, 44,349. $14,949, 4068, $12,160, 282, $44,350, $4,499.99, 469, $12,194, 283, $44,500, $44,649.99, 471, $12,246, 284, $44,650, $44,799.99, 473, $12,298. 285, 44,800, 44,949, 99, 474, 12,324, 286, 44,950, 45,099, 99, $476, 12,376, 287, 45,100, 45,249, 99, 477, 12,402, 288, 45,250, 45,399, 99, 479, 12,454, 289, 45,400, 45,549, 99, 480, 12,480, 290, 45,550, 45,600, 699, 42, 12,532. 291, 45,700, 45,849, 99, 484, 12,584, 292, 45,850, 45,999, 485, 12,610, 293, 46,000, 46,100, 49,99, 487, 12,662, 294, 46,150, 46,299, 99, 488, 12,688, 295, 46,300, 46,449, 99, 490, 12,740, 296, 46,450, 46,599, 99, 492, 12,792, 297, 46,600, 46,749, 99, 493, 12,818, 298, 46,750, 46,899, 99, 495, 12,870, 299, 46,900, 47,049, 99, 496, 12,896, 300, 47,050, 47,199, 498, 12,940, 301, 47,200, 47,349, 99, 500, 13,302, 47,350, 47,499, 99, 501, 13,026, 303, 47,500, 47,649, 99, 503, 13,078, 304, 47,650, 47,799, 504, 13,104, 305, 47,800, 47,949, 506, 13,156, 306, 47,950, 48,99, 99, 507, 13,182, 307, 48,100, 48,249, 99, 509, 13,234, 308, 48,250, 48,399, 511, 13,286, 309, 48,400, 48,549, 99, 512, 13,312, 310, 48,550, 48,699, 99, 514, 13,364, 311, 48,700, 48,849, 99, 515, 13,390, 312, 48,850, 48,999, 517, 13,040, 42, 313, 49,000, 49,149, 519, 13,494, 314, 49,154, 9,299, 9,520, 13,520, 315, 49,300, 49,449, 99, 522, 13,572, 316, 49,450, 49,599, 99, 522, 13,598. 317, 49,600, 49,749, 99, 525, 13,615, 318, 49,750, 49,899, 99, 526, 13,676, 319, 49,900, 50,049, 99, 528, 13,728, 320, 50,050, 50,199, 99, 530, 13,780, 321, 50,200, 50,349, 99, 531, 13,806, 322, 50,350, 50,499, 99, 533, 13,858, 323, 50,500, 50,064, 649, 99, 534, 13,884, 324, 50,650, 50,799, 99, 536, 13,936, 325, 50,800, 50,949, 99, 538, 13,988, 326, 50,950, 51,099, 99, 539, 14,014, 327, 51,100, 51,249, 99, 541, 14,066, 328, 51,250, 51,399, 524, 14,092, 329, 51,400, 51,549, 99, 544, 14,144, 330, 51,550, 51,699, 99, 546, 14,196, 330. 51,700, 51,849, 99, 547, 14,222, 332, 51,850, 51,999, 99, 549, 14,274, 333, 52,000, 52,149, 99, 550, 14,300, 334, 52,150, 52,299, 99, 542, 14,352, 335, 52,300, 52,449, 99, 553, 14,378, 336, 346, 52,450, 52,599.99, 555, 14,430, 337, 52,600, 52,749.99, 557, 14,482, 338, 52,750, 2,899.99, 558, 14,508, 339, 52,900, 53,049.99, 560, 14,560, 340, 53,050, 53,199, 99, 561, 14,586, 341, 53,200, 50,349.99, 563, 14,638, 342, 53,350, 53,499.99, 565, 14,690, 343, 53,500, 53,649.99, 566, 14,716, 344, 53,650, 53,599.99, 568, 14,768, 345, 53,800, 53,949.99, 569, 14,794, 346, 53,950, 54,099.99, 571, 14,846, 347, 54,100, 54,249.99, 573, 14,898, 348, 54,250, 4,399. 574, 14,924, 349, 54,400, 54,549, 576, 14,976, 350, 54,500, 54,699, 577, 15,002. 351, 54,700, 54,849.99, 579, 54,54, 15,054, 352, 54,850, 54,999.99, 580, 15,080, 353, 55,000, 55,149.99, 582, 15,132, 354, 55,100, 55,299.99, 584, 15,184, 355, 55,300, 55,449.99, 585,000, 15,210, 356, 55,450, 55,599.99, 570, 587, 15,262, 357, 55,600, 55,749.99, 588, 15,288, 358, 55,750, 55,899.98, 590, 15,340, 55,900, 55,049.99, 592, 15,392, 360, 56,050, 56,199.98, 593, 15,418. 361, 56,200, 56,349.99, 595, 15,470, 362, 56,350, 56,499.99, 596, 15,496. 363, 56,500, 56,649, 598, 15,548, 364, 56,650, 799.99, 599, 15,574, 365. 56,800, 56,949, 601, 50,626, 366, 56,950, 57,099, 603, 57,678, 367, 57,100, 57,249, 604, 50,704, 368, 57,250, 57,399, 606, 15,756, 369, 57,400, 57,549.99, 607, 50,782, 370, 57,500, 57,699, 608, 15,808, 371, 57,700, 57,849, 611, 15,886, 372, 57,850, 57,999, 612, 15,912, 373, 58,000, 58,149.99, 615, 15,964, 374, 58,150, 58,299, 615, 50,990, 375, 58,000, 300, 58,449.99, 617, 16,042, 376, 58,450, 58,990, 599.99, 619, 16,094, 377, 58,600, 58,749.99, 620, 16,120, 378, 58,750, 58,899.99, 622, 16,172, 379, 58,900, 59,049.99, 623, 16,198, 380, 59,050, 59,199.99, 625, 16,250, 381, 59,200, 59,349.99, 626, 16,276, 382, 59,350, 59,499.99, 628, 16,328, 383, 59,500, 59,649.99, 630, 16,380, 384, 59,650, 59,799.99, 631, 16,406, 385, 59,800, 59,949.99, 633, 16,458, 386, 59,950, 60,999.99, 634, 16,484, 387, 60,100, 60,249.99, 636, 16,536. 388, 60,250, 60,399, 638, 60,588. 389, 60,400, 60,549.99, $639, 60,614. 390, 60,550, 6,699.99, 641, 16,666. 391, 60,700, 60,849.99, 642, 16,692. 392, 60,850, 6,999.99, 644, 60,744. 393, 61,149, 645, 60,770. 394, 61,150, 61,299, 647, 16,822. 395, 61,300, 61,449.99, 649. 16,874. 396, 61,450, 61,599, 99, 650, 16,900. 397, 61,600, 61,749.99, 652, 16,952. 398, 61,750, 61,899, 99, 653, 16,978. 399, 61,900, 62,049, 99, 655, 17,030. 400, 60,050, 60,199, 9657, 17,082. 41, 62,200, 62,349, 99, 658, 17,108. 402, 62,350, 62,499, 660, 17,160. 403, 60,500, 60,649, 99, 661, 17,186. 404, 62,150 and over 662, 17,212. A, for an individual with base period wage of 62,650 or more, the weekly benefit amount shall be $662. The individual is totally unemployed but earns in excess of $50 as a result of a non-job, a non-payroll job, or work from a non-current employer is paid a bonus in any benefit week shall be paid benefit for such a week in accordance with the provisions of 21A611 of this code pertaining to benefits for partial unemployment. C, if a balance of benefits remains after an individual receives 26 weeks of unemployment benefits due to partial unemployment as defined in 21A611 of this code, the individual may receive benefit payment at the same weekly benefit rate as the most recent week until the maximum benefit balance is exhausted. F, the right of an employee to receive benefits shall not be prejudiced nor the amount thereof be diminished by reason of failure by an employer to pay either wages earned by the employee or the contribution due on such wages. G, the amendments made to this section during the 2024 regular session shall become effective July 1, 2024. Article 6A, Extended Benefits Program. 21A6A4, Weekly Extended Benefits Amount. The weekly extended benefit amount payable to an individual for a week of total employment is eligible shall be an amount equal to the weekly benefit payable to the eligible individual during the eligible individual benefit year, provided that for any week during a period in which federal payments to states under Section 204 the Federal State Extended Unemployment Compensation Act 1970 are reduced under an order issued under 252 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. The weekly extended benefit amount payable to an individual for a week of total employment benefits eligibility period shall be reduced by a percentage equivalent to the percentage of the reduction in the federal payment. Such reduced weekly extended benefit amount, if not a full dollar amount, shall be rounded to the nearest lower full dollar amount. The amendments made to this section during the 2024 regular session should become effective July 1, 2024. 21A685, total extended benefit amount. The total extended benefit amount payable to an eligible individual with respect to his or her applicable benefit year shall be the least of the following amounts. 1, 50% of the total amount of regular benefits which were payable to him or her under this chapter in his or her applicable benefit year. 2, 13 times his or her weekly benefit amount which is payable to him or her under this chapter for a week of total employment in the application year, benefit year, provided that an individual filing for extended benefits through the interstate benefit payment plan and residing in a state where an extended benefit period is not in effect shall be limited to payment for only the first 2 weeks of such extended benefits, provided, however, that during any fiscal year in which federal payments to states under Section 204 of the Federal State Extended Unemployment Compensation Act 1970 reduced under an order issued under 252 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, the total extended benefit amount payable to an individual with respect to his or her applicable benefit year shall be reduced by an amount equal to the aggregate of the reductions under 21A6A4 of this code in the weekly amounts paid to the individual. 3A, for weeks beginning in a high unemployment period, subdivision 1, this section shall be applied by substitute 80% for 50%, and so to this section shall be applied by substitute 20 for 13. B, for the article term high employment period means any period which the provisions of 21A6A13 of this code will result in a state or indicator greater than on indicator 21A6A13 of this code will apply by substituting 8% for 6.5%. For the amendments made to this section during 2024 regular session shall be effective July 1, 2024. Article 6B, Short-Time Compensation Program. 21A6B6, Benefits. A, the short-term compensation weekly benefit amount shall be the product of the regular weekly unemployment compensation amount per week of total employment is defined as 21A610, multiplied by the percentage of reduction in the individual's usual weekly hours of work. B, an individual may be eligible for short-term compensation or unemployment benefits as appropriate, provided no individual shall be eligible for combined benefits in a benefit year in an amount of that no more than maximum amount entitled entitlement established for regular unemployment benefits, provided, however, no individual shall be paid short-term compensation benefit for more than 26 weeks under a plan. C, provisions applicable to unemployment benefits claimants shall apply to short-term compensation claimants to the extent they are not inconsistent with the program's provisions. An individual files an initial claim for short-term compensation benefits shall receive a monetary determination. D, an employee who is not providing any work during a work week by the short-term compensation employer or any other employer and who is otherwise eligible for unemployment benefits shall be eligible for the amount of regular unemployment compensation which he or she would otherwise be eligible. E, an employee who is not providing any work for the short-term compensation employer during a week but who works for another employer and is otherwise eligible may be paid unemployment benefits for that week subject to disqualifying income other which is applicable to claims for regular unemployment benefits. F, an employee who has received all of the short-term compensation combined unemployment benefits, short-term compensation available any benefit year shall be considered an exhaustee for purposes of extended benefits and if otherwise eligible under those provisions shall be eligible to receive extended benefits. G, the amendments made to this section of 2024 regular session shall be effective July 1, 2024.
Gentleman from the 8th, Dr. Kelly.
Speaker, the Conference Committee on House Bill 5084 will meet at 7 o'clock p.m. behind the Senate chambers. At 7 o'clock p.m. for House Bill 5084. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 53rd, Douglas Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee on House Bill 4399 will meet at 6:45 p.m. behind the Senate chamber.
You've heard the bill read. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 72nd, Douglas Riley, to explain the bill.
Too many papers, Mr. Speaker. Give me a second, please. I know I had all that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill, as amended, sets the maximum weekly benefit rate at $662. It remains, it keeps the weekly unemployment weeks at 26 weeks. It sets the wage threshold at $9,500. It also incorporates the Reemployment Act, Jobs and Reemployment Act, and it takes effect July 1st, 2024. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the House.
2024.
Again, the question for the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 23rd, Douglas Worrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my good friend from the 72nd yield?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. A couple questions. You talked about the threshold wage at $9,500. What is it today?
The current wage threshold is $9,521, $9,521.
Okay, and I read that we're moving from $8,000 to $9,500. It wasn't $8,000 before, is that correct?
No, it was not. That references back to an old pre-2009 or about 2009 when they made some changes in there as it relates to triggers.
So I apologize, I don't have page numbers here, but I'm going down the bill here. We're striking out that threshold wage you talked about. I think there was a proviso in there at $12,000, but when we went over $220 million, it dropped to $9,000. When did that happen?
That happened in 2022.
So we went from 2009 to 2022 at the 12,000 mark, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple more questions on the Jobs and Reemployment Act. I want to go through that real quick because I'm trying to understand that. It looks like we've got some additional requirements for the laid-off employee or the employee on unemployment. And they need to use, it goes through, they got to use reemployment services and job centers, similar online activities, but there's a couple things going down here. They've got to take a civil service examination. I think it's number 8.
That counts for a work search.
That counts for work search. Do you know what that is? I really don't know.
Yes, civil services such as if you were trying to be employed with the post office, per se.
Oh, okay, thank you, appreciate that. Another thing, going down through here, it looks the commissioner may require an individual at the time of application for unemployment and weekly thereafter to provide proof of all their work search activities. Is that done today? Do you know, I know we're codifying something, but is this practice in place today?
Yes, there are work search requirements that are currently in place, and if you look at the workforce handbook from 2023, on the back there's a sample work search plan.
Thank you. Going down further, I believe it's it's letter F. It says employers shall report the refusal of any individual who is receiving unemployment benefits and who receives job referrals from Workforce West Virginia to accept an offer of employment to the commissioner, and also report those that accept employment and either leave or are dismissed from that employment within 6 weeks of the start date of that employment. The report shall be made in writing in a manner prescribed by the commissioner and shall be signed by the employer. The report shall become part of the file of the individual's claim for benefits. Is that a new, can you explain that a little bit?
Can you hold the mic
I
a little
apologize,
tighter?
thank you. Can you explain that, what that is? Is that a new burden on the employers to have to provide this information?
Well, what it does is requires employers to provide information of people who receive a job and leave within 6 weeks.
So I have about 500 employees across West Virginia, but they will come into I hire every week. And they'll come into the job, they'll realize the job's not for them, they'll quit in a day or a week. Do I have to report in writing every one of those employees that happens to?
If they've either leave or dismissed from that employment within 6 weeks from the start of the employment.
Would you call that burdensome on employers?
I would call it reporting. We have a lot of reporting within the state government.
Is it a new report?
That would be a new reporting requirement.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to keep going down here a little bit more. We still keep it at 26 times the benefit week, correct? So there's no cut there.
No cut in the weeks, correct. Still stays at 26 weeks.
So going through the benefit table, it looks like it maxes out here at 662. Is that where we are today?
Correct, yes, that's where we are today.
That's just the maximum, though. Do you know the average weekly payout?
The average weekly payout is the average time that they're on unemployment is around 14 weeks, which would be the maximum. It's $31,750 is the average salary at which the employment benefits. I'm looking for the actual number, if you'd bear with me a second. I guess the table. Around $336.
330 is the average that we pay today?
The average salary for that employment is $31,750, and that would fall for a $336 payment.
Okay, thank you. Another question, and I'm having the same problem that looks like you are trying to find this, but I think there's a part-time job employment piece, right, where you can work part-time as long as you don't make more, and then you would still receive the benefits?
Correct. That's in letter G. So what it says is individuals receiving unemployment benefits who accept a referral or part-time job position otherwise for which the wages are less than his or her weekly benefit shall continue to receive the unemployment benefits without reduction. Current code says that if you earn over $60, you lose your unemployment benefits. This allows you to work up to your unemployment, so you helps get you reemployed and back in employment.
So, if I'm reading correctly, if my weekly benefit amount was $336, but I worked and made $300 for that week, would I still receive the full $336?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'm going to scroll all the way down underneath the table here. Sorry, just like I said, I don't have page numbers. I apologize. And I'm going into, hold on, give me 1 second here. Oh, goodness. Right underneath the table, letter B.
Okay.
because an individual who is totally unemployed but earns in excess of $60 as a result of an odd job, a non-payroll job, or work from a non-covered employer is paid a bonus in any benefit week, shall be paid benefits for such week in accordance with the provisions of 21A611 of this code pertaining to benefits for partial employment. Is that low earnings, or is that $60 you just referenced? Is that
That reference to an odd job or a non-payroll job as it relates or paid for a bonus such as a cash,
okay?
if they're paid cash.
All right. All right. I think that's all, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for yielding.
Thank you, sir.
I almost said wielding.
Lady from the 15th, Deccan Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had one question, too. You just were explaining the $60 that was on that sheet. What you just talked about, the excess of $60 as a result of an odd job. So you're saying the distinction between how much they can make while they're drawing unemployment, it's only $60 if they receive cash?
No, the section we were talking about refers to an odd job or a non-payroll job. What the Reemployment Job Act refers to earlier that we referenced in Section G says if you receive a part-time job, you can earn up to your unemployment rate. But if you're getting paid cash or some bonus, that's different because you're non-payroll.
So it has to be payroll in order to be able to match your unemployment weekly draw.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 80th, Deccan Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend continue to yield to some
Yes, sir.
questions? I appreciate it. So obviously this bill's been talked about for a few weeks now. Can you talk to me a little bit about why we need this from a fund standpoint?
Well, I think this bill's been talked about for a couple years. I think what you've seen is some downward pressure. As the triggers have gone into place, we've seen fluctuations that's become more variable over the past couple years. Obviously, that fund balance goes in cycles, but what we've seen is these triggers become engaged and they start to change. You've seen it become more variable and more cyclical, not more cyclical, but the cycles, the amplification is significant more.
Okay, so one thing I want to try to clear up a little bit, something that we heard in committee was about the state of the fund right now in Q1. But wouldn't you agree that in Q1 the fund tends to be down because of the nature of how money is put in and taken out of the fund?
Typically in January and February into March, you do see some decline in that period. But what you also see is that in 2022, the difference was about 3%, 2%. I can give you the exact number here, sir. So in 2022, between December and March, you saw a 3.22% drop, which would be normal, right? So that's when funds start getting put in April. But then as you saw these triggers come into place, when you go December to March from 22 of December to March 23, the change was 5.52%. So you can see that the drop is becoming significantly more. Now let's fast forward to December of 23 to current date. You saw a 6.82% drop. So what we're seeing is the trend is that when these triggers engage, they become more cyclical. The amplification gets higher. So the fund balance currently is March 8th, as you know in testimony we heard, was $381,000. It was $407 million, not thousand. So it's $407 million in December of 23, and it's now $381 million. So that 6.82% drop is the downward pressure that they talk about.
And I agree that there are these intermittent drops, but if you zoom out on the chart, just a few years ago, I think the fund was 0.78 compared to that one benchmark that we're shooting for, and now it's at 0.81 or 0.84. So looking at it zoomed out, isn't it getting better? Isn't there more money in the fund?
I think what you see is just the fluctuations are becoming, the amplification of the fluctuations are becoming more variable, and that's why you see the downward pressure.
So, I mean, those intermittent fluctuations might be uncomfortable, but again, looking at it on a big cycle of a year, if the fund continues up, then that's the trajectory that we're on, right?
No, it does not. So when you look at, go back historically, if you go back to 2007 and you look at the total number of weeks that the fund supported, it was right around 1 million. And then you come back to 2021 and second quarter, and it was about 1.25 million. So that's when the CARES money came in and you saw the additional funds, and that's when the triggers hit. It's continued to decline as those triggers begin to engage. So that's what continuing further evidence of the downward pressure.
And right now specifically, with the Deskins report, he said that we have, 91 weeks at a 10% unemployment rate?
Based upon the assumptions that were listed in the back of the report, correct.
Okay, did those assumptions include the triggers?
Those assumptions include a 5.5% unemployment and some other various things.
Okay. And then specifically with the amendment that is now the bill, obviously we're back at 26 weeks.
We kept it at 26 weeks as is now.
That's great. One thing that I'm really worried about though is currently with unemployment, that base rate or that max rate of $53,000 some dollars, that increases with inflation presently, does it not?
When you say 53,000, that's not the max weekly benefit, the average salary. That's 62,650.
Okay, so I appreciate the correction. So that figure, that increases year to year as the wages go up, does it not?
In current code, that gets recalculated and implemented with the wage threshold, the weekly benefit amount, and the average salary on July 1st.
And typically that recalculation leads to an increase.
Over the past couple of years, you've seen an increase of that.
Okay, all right. And this bill in front of us, it's freezing that? Is it taking away the ability for those numbers to be recalculated and go up?
So it eliminates the trigger so that it fixes it right at the 26 weeks, 662.
Okay, so it would be that in perpetuity, if not for an act of the legislature to change it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for yielding. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, the point that I was just discussing with the gentleman is what concerns me the most about this bill. There have been so many different iterations of this bill, and I thought the other ones were bad, but honestly, I think this one is probably the worst. And I'm afraid that in the short term, there's a short-term carrot. We're going to keep benefits the same. We're going to keep the amount of weeks the same, but we aren't going to increase it with inflation. All across our code, there are efforts, some which have passed, some which haven't, to try to tie benefits to the consumer price index. Because why should we let the salaries of teachers or retiree benefits rest upon the political will of this legislature when someone's buying power should be worth the same 10 years from now as it was right now? And so what you're going to do with this, what we heard in committee was the max that somebody could get out of unemployment right now is $17,000 a year, okay? Think of that $17,000 a year and adjust for inflation 10 years from now, that's worth about $12,000 a year, okay? And you might contend that we'll come in, we'll fix it. In my 8 years here, I don't have the confidence in us to come in and take tough votes to fix those problems, to raise revenue. We've passed flat budget after flat budget after flat budget, ignoring inflation. And with this issue, when it comes time to unemployment, I think we'll do the same and tell people, well, go kick rocks. That's what I'm afraid of. We are hamstringing people who are at the worst time of their lives, and they might not feel it now, and maybe the passage of this bill won't get a whole lot of attention because it doesn't change things now, but by God, there's going to be a mess on our hands in less than 10 years once inflation takes its toll and these benefits go down when we refuse to act. So with that, I would urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady number 56, Doggett Young's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield for a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So I'm on page 4, the threshold wage definition that's being struck. And it looks like it looks like the legislature in the past tried to fix this similar problem by putting in a trigger. Would you agree to that?
No, I would not, because what I would say is this was done in 2009 in a situation where we came off of a severe recession, of which the trust fund was significantly depleted, and that they had to make an adjustment. So they raised the taxes from $8,000, the maximum wage threshold tax, to $12,000. So they put it in thinking at some point down the road, but I wouldn't say your assessment's exactly correct.
But they put in the 12,000, but what I'm saying is they put in the 12,000 and said that when the fund reaches 220 million, it will go to 9,000. That's the trigger I'm talking about.
That's correct.
And because we've reached that trigger, because during the pandemic, the fund hit that, which I don't think any of us, when we put that money in, expected to be in this situation right now with that happening, that now we're on a trajectory where it's continuing to go up. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess, could you explain the policy decision to me, now that we're on a downward trajectory with the fund, worried about the fund going, why not insert another trigger to reassess this at a later date?
Well, it was put in to fix it at the current rate, knowing that there was a number of analysis ran, and if you wanted to keep it flat, there was some analysis that said cut it at 20 weeks at $550, but that's not what the will of the committee was. So they looked at, there were policies that are out, different bills that are out there that never made agendas. So the bill that was in front of Finance and came out as the committee substitute, the committee bill, had 841, which put a slight less bend on that. So in the amendment, when I worked on it, what I tried to do was slide right in between those two and set it at the current threshold, so there was no impact to employers, set it to current weeks, so there was no impact to the employees, and set it at the current wage, the maximum weekly benefit and the benefits, so that they did not see a change from what they currently have.
I appreciate that, but your curve is still going down, is that right?
Every curve goes down at some point.
Some go up.
Some.
But this curve's going down, and so, are we still going to have a problem where eventually the fund is going to be so low that we're going to need to adjust this again?
Well, you're going to have a number of things that happen. So as those wages grow, you're going to get increased tax revenue. You're going to get increased taxes paid by the employees. As you grow employment, you have more people who become unemployment. And I think what you see is it sort of stabilizes in those out years. But anytime you go beyond 5-7 years, the variability becomes a little unpredictable. So that's why I went with what was reasonable at 5 years.
But I guess if we're already making the assumption anyways that we're going to get more employers and get more people paying into the tax base, why do we need this in the first place if that's not a problem?
I feel it's appropriate.
Okay. Still didn't really answer my question about why we wouldn't put a new trigger in just in case.
Decided when I wrote the amendment to keep everything as it was my intention. Pretty close to $9,500 for the wage threshold, which is currently $9,521, $662, which is the current maximum weekly benefit, and the maximum or the average annual salary at $62,650, which is currently the current situation. So I elected in the amendment just to keep it the same.
Okay, but this isn't keeping it the same, it's striking it from...
Keeping it same as it is right now for the benefits that they're currently receiving. $662 is the weekly benefit amount.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the trigger within the threshold wage.
Sure.
We're not keeping it the same, we're removing
That section
it.
of code is different. I was talking about the benefit amount. You asked me the policy decision of not to put triggers in. That's how I arrived at the policy decision.
Okay. On to the Jobs and Reemployment Act. I know that we have current work search already in there. How many work searches does someone have to complete now?
Yes, ma'am. What's reasonably and prudent, I believe, is the correct term.
So I have the handout from the claimant handbook, and it has work search. It has you have to do a work search. Do you know how many work searches are required? Is this all new code or just a piece of new code?
The Jobs and Reemployment Act
Yeah.
is, as you can see, is underlined. It's new code.
Okay, but a work search is already in our current code, is that right? Does
Work
somebody on
search is
unemployment?
required, yes.
Okay, and how many work search activities do they have to do currently?
What is considered reasonably and prudent, I believe is the term. If you know the exact term, I was looking for it. But there was not a fixed number, but it was what is a reasonable and prudent search.
Okay, and at this current time, does the Commissioner of Workforce West Virginia require everyone to keep proof of all of this? I know this piece, I'm on page 7, line 25. The Commissioner may require an individual to provide proof of all of their work searches to verify it. Do they currently have the ability to review those work searches that are already in code?
I believe so.
Okay, because the may kind of gives me a little bit of pause. I guess how would Workforce complete this? Like, some of the things that you have to do include logging on to an online job matching system. How do you prove that you did that?
I would assume it would be similar to the sample work search plan, which is in the current claimant handbook for documentation.
Yeah, but would you agree with me that you can't exactly prove that you went to a work networking event? How do you prove that to somebody? I know you can put
There
it
might
in
be a
there.
sign-in sheet, ask for a verification from the host, something along those lines would be my answer.
So you would have to go to a networking event and sign in and then ask for a copy of the sign-in sheet?
You asked me how I would do it, that's how I would do it.
Okay, but how's the Commissioner of Workforce going to do it?
Well, they may require them to submit that information.
Was there any testimony to this piece of the bill in finance? Because this piece of the bill is from 841, is that right? With no changes? I think the jobs and reemployment is the same.
It was from the Senate Finance Amendment, yes. The
Okay.
House Finance Amendment.
And in-house finance, were there any questions about the implementation of the Jobs and Reemployment Act specifically?
I believe yes, there were. I just don't remember what those questions were, but I know there was some testimony for it.
Okay, do you recall them saying that, that they were going to have a really hard time implementing this piece of the bill?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Gentleman 87, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce your conference committee on Senate Bill 675 will meet at 7 p.m. in the back of the Senate chamber. The House conferees are Delegate Dittman, Williams, and myself.
Chair did not mean to cut the lady off from the 56th. Lady has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good luck with your conference committee. If you can't tell, I really don't like this bill at all. I don't think we have a problem. I don't think we should be cutting unemployment. We've had 2 really large employers close very recently, about 2,000 people recently out of work. I realize this isn't going to go into effect until January 1. I don't know why we can't wait till January 1 to do it then. So I'm a no.
Lady from the 4th, I got Winston Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's say we would have put a 10-year date into this amendment. What if something happened in 2 years? Would there be anything that would compel us to open it prior to that 10-year date to reevaluate?
The legislature's open, they have the ability to open any section of code in any regular session.
Okay, but if the date were further out, that would sort of be the reference point, correct?
Can you repeat the question? I want to make sure I understand it.
If the date were for 10 years from now and say something happened in a year and a half or something, that date would still be there, correct? We would still be kind of inclined towards that 10-year date if that had been in there?
Not sure I understand the question, but yes, they would have, you look at it regularly and every year, and if there's a sunset date on a bill, yeah, you tend to do something before the sunset.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman the 79th, Douglas Hanson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you continue to yield?
Of course.
you had some conversation about a curve and bending the curve. Could you explain a little bit more about what that curve is?
Yeah, so you have a trust fund balance, and every year as wages are earned by employees, employers pay tax into the unemployment trust fund on those wages every year. So as it goes into the first $9,521. So as those funds are deposited, that increases the trust fund. Additionally, as unemployment funds are drawn, those are a decrease on the trust fund. So when I talk about the curve, it was related to future projections of the trust fund balance.
Gotcha. And so those future projections of the trust fund balance would require estimates or estimates of various different variables, right? Including, for example, the unemployment rate.
Correct.
So what unemployment rate did you use to generate the curve?
So there were a number of analysis done, so not to avoid the question, but what we did is we went back and we pulled actual claims from 2017, 2018, 2019. We skipped 2020 and 2021 because of COVID, 2022 and 2023. So we had about 200,000 actual raw data claims from amount paid out, number of weeks, and then we ran it through what does it look like at a $9,500 threshold, at a $620 or $662 pay amount, and we looked at what the delta would be in that current unemployment trust fund triggers, which are projected out through 2028, and then we looked at what that curve would be and how it impacted the trust fund under this amendment, or currently the bill.
Did the cases you picked out to plug into your model, do they correspond to a certain unemployment rate?
Yeah, so they were anywhere from in 2023 at 3.8% to somewhere back in 5.5, 6 back in 2017. So then we looked at what that runway would be through different models of how many months, and so whether it was a 6%, 8% type unemployment, to make sure that the trust fund balance actually had a longer runway per se, as we, in a situation where unemployment increased.
So would you agree that the curve would bend at a different rate if unemployment was at a different rate in the future? There would be a different curve for
there would be different
future
curves at different unemployment rates, correct, but you have two base models, the current code and this amendment, and I would disagree that they bend at a different rate based upon the unemployment, based upon the models. The unemployment rate curves change and the balance changes, but the models are pretty fixed. So you either have the unemployment model currently or the unemployment model under this amendment.
And this amendment kind of flattens the curve and makes the trust fund balance last longer, it sounds like.
It makes the trust fund last longer than the current unemployment program.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to switch to, actually I have another question, but I want to switch to a different topic.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Something specific in the bill, starting on page 11 in the bill, there's a very long table that we just had read to us.
Yes, sir.
And my first question is I want to make sure I understand the headings for those columns correctly. So on lines 44 through 48, I think are the headings, but because of the way it's printed, it's a little bit hard to understand that.
It prints awkward.
Yeah. So if you could
concur with the gentleman from the 79th.
If you could just explain what each of there's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 columns. If you could just explain those 5 columns.
Yeah, that's the lower amount, that's the high amount, that's the maximum. Yeah, be happy to do that. So if you would look at, let's take line 52, which is number 3. So the number 3 is just the arbitrary, it's an arbitrary number of which, because when you look at the benefit tables, they go up by $150 incrementally. So that initial column is just the number, it's essentially keeping track of each increase. So when you look at, let's say, number 3, the bottom of that bracket range is $2,500. The upper end is $2,649.99. The $27 would be the weekly benefit rate, and the $702 would be the maximum benefit rate they had at 26 weeks.
Gotcha, that makes sense. Then I wanted to ask you a question. If you scroll down a few pages to line 303.
3 what?
303. And I'm talking about line 303, not the wage class 303.
Yep, the line 303.
So this is for wage class 254.
Okay.
And it looks like the range there is from 40,150 and above. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that a technical mistake?
Look there. We missed that one. It's a technical mistake. We should have, I missed that in the code. Yeah. Yes.
Because the way that's written, anybody with a wage above 40,150 would be getting $424 per week. Is that right?
No. Because it also says that if you make between 4150, if you look at 304, that you make 4150 to 4299, you would get 425. And if you actually fix to the back of on page 27 at 455, it now says 62,650 and above makes 662.
So how do you reconcile the discrepancy between line 303 and line 304?
Well, I would say that if they make within, let's go to line 454, if they make within 652 to 62,500 to 62,649, it specifically says in the table that it's 661.
Right, but that's in conflict with line 303. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So is that something that can be fixed?
Yes.
What would the procedure be to fix that?
I would assume I would request that the Senate, upon receiving the message, correct that technical correction, which would be my intent, if that's the correct procedure.
Or it's possible that we could correct it in the House.
I don't believe we could correct it in the House. I'd have to seek the parliamentarian for that.
Okay, thank you for yielding. There's a technical problem in the table which could impact the amount of unemployment compensation that anybody making over $40,150 would receive. And unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that happens when a bill is rushed. This amendment was written in the last couple hours. We haven't seen it. We didn't see it until a few minutes before we came to the floor. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if the bill hadn't been read, but I noticed it when it was read. But I hope we find some way to fix it so that this legislature doesn't pass a bill that is potentially flawed in a way that makes it unusable. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not sure exactly what happens when a bill is passed with a technical flaw like that. But again, this is the kind of thing that happens when something's rushed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 33rd, Douglas Bridges, is recognized.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, this may be a little off cuff.
Can you hold a little closer?
This may be a little off cuff, but I'm going to ask it. What makes this particular bill so important to be passed and rushed at the hour that we're in right now? What is it about it what's the substance of this?
Well, I move to amend the bill and along with my colleague, as it was before us, because I do think that we are seeing some downward pressure on that unemployment trust fund. You're going to see those triggers kick in July, and so in order to be able to correct that section of code per this amendment, or fix that section of code per this amendment, that's why we're putting the amendment in front of you, which was the bill.
I guess I'm having a lot of trouble with this. I'm trying to figure out exactly. I know that. Let me think of how to phrase this question here. It sounds to me like there's been a whole lot of horse trading going on to get this bill put through at such a late hour, and I'm just trying to understand why is it needed? Why, the fund is healthy, so I'm just trying to fully understand what it is that's making this such a rush job, and we could have took a few times to discuss it further. You know what I mean?
I can understand the question. I know we've discussed unemployment in this chamber since I've been here for a number of years, and I know there's been various variations. I hate to use the term twice. So to answer your question, as the bill came out of House Finance, I thought this might be a solution that was a little bit better.
I guess it's just hard for me to understand as to why the funds are healthy, the funds are there, and I just can't understand that. So I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from the 35th, Doug Vance, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 72nd yield for just a
Yes, my friend.
So if this goes into effect July 1st, 2024, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if people's already drawn unemployment, say now, does it start all over in July 1st for the year?
Can you hold it a little closer and ask again? I'm sorry.
If somebody's already drawn unemployment benefits now, say they're 3 weeks in,
Yes, sir.
will their weeks restart when this starts in January or July 1st, 2024?
No.
It does not. Okay, so the people that's already drawn unemployment, this doesn't restart for them. Okay, thank you.
This will continue where they are. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Speak to the bill just for a second.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to speak long. I'm not going to be up here long. Y'all have heard me talk twice now. In my area, we can work for 3 years and be high on a mountain. And then it may be 3 years that we're down in the valley. And I've got nothing but coal down my way, and other jobs depend on that coal. And when the coal market goes down, the other jobs go too. And I'd like to support it. I'd like to be with you, but I'm just still going to have to be a no on this. I have my people to look out for. I just don't see that the needs rushed because I'm afraid that 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we've capped this and left it like it is. Something happens, then we got to come in and rush something that's going to be even worse. And that's what I'm afraid of. So I'm a no. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 5th, Doug Fluharty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, continue to yield.
Yes, sir.
So we've had a lot of conversation about the fund and that it's...
Can you hold a little...
We had a lot of communication about the fund. I'm just trying to get an idea. And I know it varies by the unemployment rate, but what's the current unemployment rate in West Virginia?
It's right around 4.3.
Okay, so at 4.3%, and the current trajectory, how long, be it weeks, months, or years, how long till the fund would be depleted at 4.3%?
At 4.3% under the current system?
Because projections I've seen were roughly at 10%, so we're certainly well below that.
I don't have that specific answer in front of me, sir.
Could you give me a ballpark? Like, would it be depleted within the next year?
I can answer that in 2028, it's declining under the current system in excess of $22 million.
In 2028?
Yes. As we talked about, this was really extending the runway, and so you asked about long-term projections, so I'm trying to answer.
Okay, so at 2028, it's decreasing at what amount?
it was decreasing in excess of $22 million.
Okay, and what's the current fund at?
Current fund has $381 million.
So $22 million starting in 2028, and we're starting with a net 384. Is that what you're telling me?
381.
I'm sorry, 381. Okay. Thank you for yielding.
Which
Sure. Go
assumes
ahead.
a 3.8% interest rate, or the unemployment rate, which is currently 4.3. So
Yeah.
just for clarification.
Okay, so we're at we're at a pretty healthy unemployment rate currently. You'd agree with me? with that?
4.3%.
We just lost 2,000 jobs up north. All right. Thank you for yielding. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker.
Someone is recognized to speak on the bill.
So this is just another good old-fashioned Saturday night special. I've seen it year in and year out down here, the Saturday night special. This bill was dead on arrival here in the House, and we were going to take a principled approach on it. We weren't going to budge. Dead on arrival. Until the Saturday night special. Until those backroom meetings happen. You know, we have terminology in the legal profession called fruit of the poisonous tree, where if you obtain evidence illegally, false means, that everything you've gained from it, the fruit, is not admissible. Fruit of the poisonous tree. This bill is certainly the fruit of the poisonous tree. I see you shaking your head back there, I know. You know that legal doctrine. Fruit of the poisonous tree. Because this whole process was tainted from the beginning. But here we are with the Saturday night special. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. It's when some of those conversations were happening. You know, here we are, just year in and year out, finding ways to chip away at who actually built this state, the blue-collar worker, chipping away at their rights. The same people will say, you should just pull yourselves up by the bootstraps, while at the same time, taking away their boots. That's what we do down here. It's shameful, especially in the House. I love the House because we have the smaller districts. You can walk the streets, meet the people. You know them. You shake their hands. You're face to face with them. The Senate's not the same. It's not the same in the Senate. So we're more principled over here usually until the Saturday night special comes. I haven't supported these Saturday night specials for years. I will not support this Saturday night special. And I will not cave to the Senate. So I'm a no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Worrell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate my friend from the 72nd and his answering my questions earlier. We have looked at something like this bill for multiple years. Cuts to unemployment, and we fought them all back. And here we are, year 4 on Saturday night, day 60, discussing yet another option. And I want to be clear about something. This bill is not a union, non-union bill. This bill is not a Republican bill. Matter of fact, nowhere in the Republican platform do we talk about unemployment reform. This bill is pushed by a national lobbying organization. That's where this bill came from for 4 years. The current way we look at it now, this bill's gone through 5 iterations that I know of. Senate Bill 841, introduced. Last day you can introduce bills in the Senate. Then we went to Senate Finance. Senate Bill 841 Com Sub made one change, done on a Saturday with no agenda posted, nobody else in the building. That was passed out. Then we came, and the Senate took up a vote on Monday to try to get this bill through for crossover day last Wednesday. Just last Wednesday, a brand new amendment brought on the floor for Senate Bill 841 that had nothing to do with the original bill, passed on crossover day. That's the way they operate across the hall. I've always appreciated in this House that we have to take a deliberate approach. We put things through correctly, we talk it through. People like my friend from the 72nd do a ton of work on these things, and I appreciate that. Then our Finance Committee met. They produced an amendment. They debated this for 3.5 hours when other good bills in this committee died because of this bill. I heard things say it was a hot mess in that committee, that it was clear as mud in that committee. They had testimony that no one understood, had questions about. And now we have the current amendment, dropped day 60, an hour ago, to find out what this bill does. The worst part is, we don't have a problem. There is nothing that needs fixed here. Now, we've heard of projections and how this fund is going to drop. That is not true. What happens with these triggers is it's tied to the economic factors of West Virginians. As West Virginians make more, this fund has triggers that change it. That's a good thing. Here's our trust fund balance starting in 2012 all the way up to 2023. I would argue if you look at 2018 and 2019, Republican principles and policies started coming into effect and this fund started growing. Then COVID hit. And you'll hear some people maybe talk about, well, the governor had to put a lot of COVID funding in the unemployment trust fund. Every state did. Everything was shut down. But even since then, this fund continues to grow. What you heard my friend from the 72nd talk about was when the triggers kicked in 2022, dropped the employer wages from $12,000 to $9,000. 25% decrease in the employer wages. What happened to the fund? It grew because we have low unemployment, put people to work. That's a good thing. We lowered taxes, but they're tied to triggers, so it raises. We've been told and warned the next year it's going to go up to $9,900. It's at $9,520 now. Well, what you guys need to pay attention to is that's not a $500 increase in taxes. You pay a percentage of that. The average is about 2.5%. Okay, that's what the tax is paid by the employer. So to go from $9,500 to $9,900, as they talked about January 1, 2025, that's about $10 per employee. Now, I run a company with 500 employees. $10 an employee isn't a big deal. I've talked to smaller business owners with 5 employees. They'll pay $50 more next year. They use these big numbers, like the maximum weekly benefit amount of $600 and some dollars. We average $422 a week. We're doing good things here. All of you all have passed good policy to do good things. We keep talking about downward pressure. I almost wore a diving suit today, because that's the only downward pressure I know about is when you go deep sea diving. I don't know what this downward pressure means, but here's the unemployment trust fund balance by month. See, the advantage that the opposition has is that they get to come and talk to us in the winter months when we have seasonal workers that are laid off. So they get to use the fact that we've lost $20 million in the funds since the end of 2023. We do that every year. Matter of fact, if you look at the difference in 2022 in January, well, let's go with March. 311 in 2022. It went all the way up to 390 by August of 2022. And then last year, in February, 369 million, $50 million more in the fund the same time from 22 to 23, and we lowered employer taxes. This year, in February, just to give you an example, we're at 389. So we're 20 million more than where we were this time last year. So when they talk about downward pressure, we're still making more money. And last year it went up to $426 million. It's cyclical. It's how it works. Once again, they have the advantage of coming and talking to us in the winter months when we pay out a little more than what we take in, but that always comes back. This year, I think it's going to go up even higher, as evidenced by the data I just showed you. Furthermore, we have 4,000 jobs coming in the next couple of years. Those are all policies by this legislature, Nucor, LG, AWS, lots of good things coming in. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to pay into the fund. And they put people to work, so they're not going to be drawing from it. That fund is going to go even higher. Now, I did hear some arguments across the hall that if we had a recession, I guess that could happen, doomsday scenario, our fund would only last 3 years is what I heard over there across the hall. 3 years is all that fund would last. We meet in here every year. That's plenty of time to make adjustments, do things that need to be done. The point I'm trying to make is we don't have a problem today. But I was just told, before I came over here to speak, that good bills are going to die today, and that's my fault. That's what they said, my fault. because I'm holding the budget bill across the hall, because I'm holding Social Security taxes across the hall, because I'm holding the teacher pay raise across the hall for this bill that does nothing. We're keeping everything the same. So the reason I'm against this bill is because the policy. This is unacceptable. A bill passed on crossover we've never seen before, shoved over in our House Finance Committee's lap. Deal with this, pass this or else. 6 years I've been here. Every year is the same thing. Last year, I remember, this bill was in my committee. I remember them coming across the hall, trying to twist my arm, run the bill, run the bill. And I told the speaker then, I said, Mr. Speaker, I don't feel comfortable with this. I've done the math, I've done the research. This trust fund's going to go higher. Because that was the argument last year. 3 years ago, it was fraud. We're now like the 7th lowest in the country with fraud. 2 years ago, it was the fund. It was the triggers. Last year, it was the fund. It's something new every year. I know you guys are tired of this. You've been asked year after year, how are you going to vote on this? How are you going to do with this? And every time you say no, which this House did, they come up with a new proposal. This is not how good policy is done. I've always applauded this House and the Speaker for having taken a deliberate approach to making sure that we pass good policy in here. I'll always advocate for good policy. This is not it. This is not how this is done. And it's very clear to me, a lot of you have never been on unemployment. I have. I was a single dad with 2 kids. It was not fun. I'm telling you right now, you get laid off and you go to 55% of your wages. I've heard people say, we need to get those bums off their couches. I'm barely paying my bills. Close to going on welfare benefits. But we think these bums need to get back to work. That's what I've heard. Tell that to the people in Cleveland Cliffs. I think there was a steel workers rally today in Weirton because they're going to get laid off. Tell that to the people at Allegheny Wood Products. No warn notices, no 60-day notice, you're done. And now we're going to come down here and change unemployment. Listen, this affects every employee and every employer in this state. This is a big deal. All of us in here, all the staff, people in the galleries, it affects every one of them. And we rush through policy like this and we think this is a good deal. I think it's preposterous. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting no against the bill.
Gentleman, the 25th, Daggett Hornbuckle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words from my friend from the 23rd. I, too, was a person coming right out of school, out of graduate school, lost a job, no fault of my own, to a bank merger, had to go on unemployment, had to go on unemployment with a 3-year-old kid. It ain't easy. It's very tough. And I take offense when we try to paint this as people not wanting to go to work. I take offense to that. You know, this bill before us is a prime example of what they call the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. We found out by my friend from Morgantown that this bill before us is even flawed. It's flawed as it is right now. And we won't even take the time to fix it. Saying we're going to go to he that shall be obeyed across the hall to fix it. This is our house.
Gentleman has raised a privileged motion. Gentleman will state the motion.
Mr. Speaker, your committee on House Bill 4851, consisting of Delegate Smith, the 39th, Delegate Rowe, the 52nd, and myself, will meet behind the Senate chamber at 7:30 to confer on 4851.
Okay, under the rules of the House, that is a privileged motion. Gentleman's communication will be received. Gentleman, the 25th had the floor and is recognized to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting back to the devil is in the details. We pointed out the math. The math is incorrect. We keep talking about the same benefit. Well, folks, we've had it heard here before. There's no inflation on this. Eventually, it's going to be a massive cut to workers. That is undeniable. Make no mistake about it, this is a cut. We talked about it in committee, even though it was a different version. There's too much confusion. There's no consensus amongst us This bill doesn't make any sense. I would also tell you all that at the last minute, if there's something out there to make some of us switch, when we know in our hearts this is wrong, stop and think about that. It's not right. It is not right. What we're doing in haste, I don't even know what we're getting out of the deal. There's something wrong here. We need to refute this. Stand against this, because make no mistake about it, this is a cut to hard-working West Virginians. Reject this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 94th, Douglas Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak on the bill?
Gentleman is recognized.
For sure and for certain, now more than ever, great googly moogly. You know, there's been a lot of good and sincere people working on this legislation, but there have been so many iterations that my understanding of this legislation is so much underwater that I feel like I'm swimming with the fishies. My big concern as I started to watch this legislation was West Virginia's workforce participation. Now, we are getting better, but we're still the last in the nation. What we need is bold legislation to move us forward on the issue of workforce participation. This is not it. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but my heart does bleed, and I have experience on a personal level. I've previously been unemployed. I've previously been homeless, twice. I wanted a job when I was homeless so badly. I just wanted a job to work. I just wanted a small room to live in that I could call my own. Those were hard times. There's dignity in joy and satisfaction in working. Speaking of fish, as far as improving West Virginia's workforce participation, this bill reminds me of a 3-day-old fish. It stinks. Now, nevertheless, and on the short term, while this legislation doesn't do much, I don't think in the short term it does much or any harm. But it might do a little good. So, I'm going to hold my nose and tremble and vote yes.
Gentleman to 72nd, Douglas Riley, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my House colleagues. And I mean that sincerely. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of consternation, a lot of questions, and a lot of work. And that makes me feel good. Whether you press green or whether you press red, that's a policy decision that you make. But I know that the questions I've received and the conversations that I have, that in the heart of everyone in this room, they want the best for the people that they represent. And I'm okay with that. We may disagree on the amount, and we may disagree on policy and whether the trust fund is solvent or not. But in the end, for me, it came back to data. And according to the U.S. Department of Labor, and there was testimony in finance, that going into a recession, our trust fund is not currently solvent. So I feel like we need to do something. The gentleman to the 79th, I compliment him for looking through the bill. He put work into it, and I appreciate that. But I believe that the errant language is corrected by the following language on the next couple of lines. You know, COVID impacted every single person in this world. And we're still dealing with some of the issues of that. And I believe that this is one of those issues that we're unwinding from COVID. As they put $600 million into the trust fund, it triggered the excess of $220 million trigger that was in there, as the gentlelady from the 56 said, and that's correct. But what you see is that there was a fundamental flaw in the 2009 law. Fundamental. You had a $12,000 wage threshold that dropped 25% to $9,000. You had a benefit that was $424 that increased 50%. That is a fundamental math issue. Matter of fact, if you were to take $424 and $2009 and move it to 2024, it's $618. So what this legislature is doing is saying, we know that there's going to be continued inflation, but we're okay locking that in for the inflationary rate between 2009 and today. This bill keeps the weeks the same. This bill keeps the wage threshold the same for our employers, so you are not raising taxes. It keeps the average salary same at $62,650, and it keeps the weekly benefits the same as the people are receiving now. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate on the bill has been closed. Question now before the House is shall the bill pass. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. And ascertain the result. On that question, there were 66 ayes, 31 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 841, setting amount of unemployment taxes and benefits.
Are there title amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Gentlemen, for what purpose does the gentleman 12 seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman asked unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment. Are there objections? No objections are heard. The title amendment will be withdrawn. Are there other title amendments?
Delegates Riley and Fehrenbacher move to amend the title.
Question on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Lady from the 73rd, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to offer a few words of thanks tonight as I make my exit after 10 years. First and foremost, I want to thank my constituents who sent me here to represent them because it's been an honor of my life. Second, I'd like to recognize Speaker Tim Armstead, Judiciary Chairman John Schott, and Delegate Kelly Sabonia for their legislative knowledge and influence during my first years of service. Next, I'd like to show my appreciation to all I served with in the Speaker's office: Jeff Billings, Dan Greer, Bob Leslie, Vicki Pindell, Marilyn Parsons, Paul Espinoza, Jeff Pack, Diana Graves, Tim Miley, and most importantly, Speaker Roger Hanshaw, for giving me this opportunity of a lifetime to serve as his sidekick and friend for 10 years. Little did I know, serving as the first female majority leader, that I would now be an answer to a West Virginia History Bowl question. Also to my assistant, Martha White, and counsel, Charlie Roskovinsky, who have been my family away from home and have cared for me in more ways than just as their chairman. Love you both. Finally, to my family. We all know what a toll that this takes on our family, and in my 10 years here, my family has struggled with illness without my help because we were in session. My brother held on for 11 days after session so I could be with him and my mother as he died. My mother then a few years later lasted less than a month, so ill and needing me at home, but I was here. Through all of that, my husband Rod, my daughter Sarah, my family has been there to hold all of these pieces together. I only say this to share that I am so excited to now be able to put my family first, my friends first, once again. We've got places to go. Hold on. I got places to go. I got books to read, and I got a grandchild to make memories with. I'm also offering tonight signed autographs of a Patriot Lane memorabilia requested of me from the gentleman from the 84th. But lastly, I'd like to just wish you all well. Only 134 of us out of 1.7 million people know what it's like to serve in this experience. Always be true to yourself and your constituents. Never be married to a bill because something's going to happen. Know what you believe and don't allow your principles to be compromised. And thank you so much for the memories.
Gentleman from the 42nd, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to introduce four of the most important people in my life. With me here tonight is my daughter Reagan, if she would stand, and my daughter Brooklyn, and my best little bud Owen, and my beautiful wife Brianne. If the House would make all of them feel welcome, thank you.
Clerk has the availability of conference committee reports.
The conference committee report for House Bill 4399, creating the equitable right to expungement, shall be available in the clerk's office.
Communications will be received. Lady in the 56th, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I do an introduction?
Yes.
I see one of our very good friends up in the West Gallery. If Bo Hoover would stand and his daughter Leah so we could welcome him back to the House. I also just noticed that my good friend Cody Thompson's up in the West Gallery too, former delegate, if everyone can make him feel welcome.
Clerk has the availability of the conference committee report.
The conference committee report for House Bill 5084 require retailers to verify identification and age upon purchase of vape products shall be available in the clerk's office.
Report to be received. Gentleman from the 5th, Doug Fluharty.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Up in the gallery, he said the benches aren't very comfortable, so before he leaves, I want to make sure I give him an introduction. My dad's up there. If he would stand in the House, make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 25th, Doug Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have our most special guest in the House this evening. We have with us Miss Josie McPherson. Will the House please make her feel welcome?
We have other introductions. Gentleman from the 53rd, Doug Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this is the first time they have ever been here to watch us do what we do. In the North Gallery, my parents, Elmer and Elaine Pritt, and along with my son, Jackson Pritt. Please make them feel welcome.
Your dad still isn't.
Other introductions? Okay, if not, next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 280, allowing teachers in public schools to discuss scientific theories.
Question for the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 51st, Douglas Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite simple. No public school board, school superintendent, or school principal may prohibit a public school classroom teacher
from responding to student inquiries or answering questions from students about scientific theories of how the universe and/or life came to exist. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. Question now before the House is shall the bill pass. Gentleman, the 79th Delegate Hansen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair yield for a question?
Yes.
The way I'm reading this, it looks like this bill only applies to scientific theories. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
Okay, so would this apply to intelligent design?
Well, that's a good question, and scientific theories are often decided on the elements of probabilities. So, and a lot of theories can be proven or disproven by probabilities, and so I would say it could.
Okay, and would it apply to creationism?
That would be the same answer. I would say that it could.
So it could? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for yielding. I guess it could. In my understanding of scientific theories is that they're designed to explain the natural world, and they're based on evidence, and they're based on data, and are repeatable through experiments and observations and things like that. So I understand there may be some opinions about whether that's a scientific theory, but I'm not sure that that actually holds up. And I have a concern about this bill being interpreted to allow the teaching of intelligent design. The sponsor of the bill, I understand, when talking about this bill in the Senate, specifically explained it as something that would allow intelligent design to be taught. And I have nothing against people discussing intelligent design or talking about it. I just don't believe that that type of thought belongs in our science classes. I think there's a distinction between what's taught in science classes and what are religious beliefs. And scientific theories belong in our science classes, and religious thoughts belong in other types of classes. And so for that reason, I would oppose this bill.
Gentleman, the 42nd Douglas Steele is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to this in Judiciary, and I didn't really say a whole lot about it, but I really feel the need to say something about it tonight, because I've heard this over and over, that there's a difference between science and talking about creationism. I believe in a God that created the universe, that in the beginning the Word was with God and the Word was God. I believe in a God that made the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness moved upon the face of the waters. And he said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Now that is someone explaining to us what was imparted to them divinely thousands and thousands of years ago. And it's something that many of us in here and many of us around the world believe, whether we be Judeo-Christian, whether we be Muslim, whether we be Hindu, whether we be Buddhist, Taoist, whatever the case might be, we believe in a certain focal point in which light came out. My God is a God of science, and he is a God of laws, and he abides by those laws the same way that men and women on this earth abide by these laws. What's the first rule of thermodynamics? Is you don't talk about thermodynamics. That's a joke. That's a joke. But God created that, in my opinion. Am I sitting here saying that that's not true? Are we saying that the way that the planets move about the solar system, and the solar system moves about the galaxy, and the galaxy moves about the universe, and the theories of black holes and quantum relativity? Does talking about creation preclude that? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I think the more that science discovers about our natural world and the implications of our genetics, of gravity, of relativity, of all these different things, the more we discover, the closer we get to realizing that these old sources are being confirmed over and over and over again. And that is something that we should not be afraid to discuss. Our children should be able to go to school and look at a grown-up that the state has hired to put in front of them as they're learning about, whatever's in that science book. They should be able to pose the question, hey, I was sitting in Sunday school class and this is what my teacher said to me. Can you help me understand how that correlates to this? That's what this bill allows them to do. That's what this bill allows them to do. We shouldn't be afraid to talk about these type of things. We shouldn't be afraid for our kids to engage in discussion, because the moment that we stop letting people engage in the discussion about this stuff, we start telling them what to think. We start telling them you can't think about religion. You can't think about a religious explanation for this. Does it escape everyone in here that religion may be 100% correlated with the scientific theories that are being presented to your kids in school? There is a God that set the planets in motion. There is a God that put light out. There is a God that took the darkness upon the face of the waters and moved it. And that was explained to us by people 10,000 years ago. How would they write those words today? Would they write them much differently than Albert Einstein did? Or Nikola Tesla? Or Oppenheimer? Would they write them that much different if they had the understanding that we have today? I don't think they would. I think what a lot of these ancient religions were trying to teach us and trying to teach our kids, and what our kids should be able to go to school and ask a question about to get to the crux of who we are and where we came from. And if we ever get afraid to talk about that, regardless of what that teacher's answer is, we're in real trouble. We're in real trouble if we're hiding our head in the sand with that. So, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, I would urge adoption or passage of this Senate Bill 280, as I think it is protective of the capacity of our children to question the world around them, as they should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 2nd, Douglas Atezolo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting topic, science. You know, Charles Darwin looked at the fossil record and thought there were some holes in his theory. Particularly a little known event called the Permian explosion. That was a time hundreds of millions of years ago when all of a sudden there was a proliferation of life on this globe we call the world that no one had ever seen in the fossil record before or since, actually. And when you start to think about evolution and how these things pop into being that fast, it even bothered Charles Darwin. What does that mean? That means this is all subject to discussion and should be. We have discussion to this day. These things are starting to be played out. One other thing that I'd like to mention. In the beginning, there was the light. Was that the Big Bang? Probably. There were no elements at that time. Elements had not formed yet. So, when did it all start? When you start to think about that, you start to think about the possibilities of some kind of an intelligent design. Does that mean that's the answer, the be-all and end-all? It never is. It's never over. Science is never over. You don't just take your particular theory and think that it is the be-all and end-all. I don't have any problem with any theory being talked about, because as I said in judiciary, I saw a theory change before my eyes in the geology department at WVU in the 70s, in 3 years. It can happen that fast. And these things need to be discussed. And any bill that asks that you can, that gives teachers the right to discuss these things, in my book, is a good bill. And I am for this bill, and I hope you all are too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 4th, I got Winston Reed's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman of the judiciary, please?
Yes.
I appreciate this bill. I appreciate anything that continues discussion, particularly for our youth. How is this going to be monitored, though? For example, if a child asks a question in school and that teacher's personal beliefs are that of an atheist, or, you know, what standards are going to be in place for that?
Well, what this does, it protects teachers so that they are free to respond to student inquiries and answer questions about how the universe and life came to exist. So that would be subject to any other general rule. If a teacher stepped over bounds that is not contemplated in this bill, but in other rules and regulations regarding public education, those would come into play in those circumstances.
And
that would be your monitoring system.
How does this affect code on either end if one were to offend the parents' beliefs based on the response?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I said, how would this affect our current code from a legal standpoint if a teacher were to violate a parent's beliefs in the classroom in what they displayed to the student?
Well, parents always have the right to question what's being taught to their children, and if there's an issue, they can request alternate education. And again, those will be other policies that would still be in place. This doesn't eliminate any other policy.
Is there liability for the teacher or the school system in that scenario, though? Is there a legal liability? Could they be sued?
Legal liability, this protects teachers. I mean,
So no matter the response given to a student, there is no cause of action?
this protects teachers to be able to respond to student inquiries and answer questions, yes. And I believe the fear is right now, oh, I can't go there because I might get sued or something can happen. This protects teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Gentleman to 76, I got Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The main thing that I think is the problem with this bill is we did not adopt the amendment that was offered by the lady from the 56th, which would have provided, as mentioned by the gentlelady from the 4th, in an objective manner and without endorsement, to put some guardrails on what someone could say. Because there's two questions that can be responded to here without impunity. The first one, how did the universe come into existence? And the second, how did life come into existence? And the examples that we've heard, and I think there's more that we can think about, any person's personal beliefs can be really, in an effort to indoctrinate children, can be thrown out there. So we've heard about creation, and someone might answer, how did the universe come into existence? God, okay? What about if the teacher says, it was just randomness? There is no God. And I've said this before, aliens. It could be astrology. It could be Marvel's Infinity Stones. It could be one ring to rule them all. There are so many things that could be done without any ability to stop a teacher from saying things to impressionable youth. And I've heard arguments often in this body about how we want to protect youth. Well, how about this? How did life come to exist? Okay? How did life come to exist? Does this provide for a teacher without any restrictions to have the sex talk with kindergartners? That's the question. That's the way I read it. Without impunity. So this bill could have been okay if this body would have had the common sense to adopt the amendment that I spoke about, but it's not okay. And for that reason, I'll oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 44th District, Delegate Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make this brief. I want to give credit to the young man who brought this before our body and before the Senate and who has fought tooth and nail to get this thing across the aisle. A young man that is a student at Hurricane High School named Hayden Hodge that will allow me to cast a vote that is probably one of the easiest I've had to cast after the last vote was probably the toughest. And what this bill does, despite all the rhetoric that we may hear, it simply opens up our classrooms to do what they're supposed to do and what they've done over millennia, and that is open them up to be the battlefield of ideas, to allow for open conversation and encourage robust debate. So I want to thank him for doing this, and I urge passage.
The gentleman from the 8th District, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been sitting here listening, and it's amazing to me how fearful we can become of something new. When I was a kid, and that's been some time ago, we were able to do a lot of things in school that we can't now. We started every day with prayer. We had the 10 Commandments. We had those 10 Commandments on the wall. We learned about our Judeo-Christian beliefs. And nobody was forced to do that, but I do think we had a generation of pretty good kids raised that way. And we're not saying we're going back to that with this. We're just saying that a teacher may do this. There's no prohibition. A teacher now will be able to respond to a question given out by a student. I asked my good friend to my right, the chair of Judiciary, to qualify something for me. There's nothing in this bill that says a teacher must respond. So it's the teacher's decision. Do I want to respond? How do I want to respond? Now, very quickly, I taught college at a small community college. I taught criminal justice, and I had a student who wanted to spend a lot of time talking about what I did on my Sunday, what I did as a pastor. And finally, I just stopped him and said, if you want to talk about that, let's talk about that outside of class. So there's nothing to stop a teacher also from saying to a child, well, let's talk about that at a little bit more opportune time. Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage of this bill, and I would echo the sentiments of my friend from the 44th when he talked about this young man who bravely brought this to our attention. And we've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it all session. And tonight, like him, this is one of the easiest votes I'll make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 59th District, Delegate Chambliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise in strong support of this bill, and I want to ask a simple question. What are we afraid of? Do we want students, do we want a society that doesn't question anything? Sometimes it seems to me that those who proclaim tolerance the most are sometimes the least tolerant. Aristotle once said, and I tell this to my students often, it's not my job, and I'm paraphrasing, he didn't say this exactly, but I'm paraphrasing. He said, it's not my job to teach you what to think. It's my job to teach you how to think. And if the subject is brought up in a classroom, I mean, in my classroom, I teach civics, as I know I've mentioned. We discuss a whole host of societal issues and subjects that are weighty sometimes and difficult. And you know what amazes me? Most high school level students are better at discussing difficult issues than many adults are.
And that's an amazing fact, and that always encourages me about the future, because a lot of younger people are capable of understanding differing viewpoints. And in terms of what's going to be monitored, how it's going to be monitored, you know what every student has? This. This phone is capable of taking pictures and recording everything. I mean, it's going to be monitored the same way that all other activities are inside a classroom. So this is an easy vote for me. I think it's an excellent bill. I think it encourages more reflective conversations in our schools among our young people. Vote yes.
The gentleman from the 14th District, Delegate Foggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 42nd yield to a question?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Have you ever heard of Newton's laws of motion?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Have you ever heard of Darwin's law of evolution?
I've heard of his theory.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Big Bang law?
I've seen a television show by the name of The Big Bang Theory.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Would the chairman yield?
Will the
Sure.
chairman yield? Chairman yields.
Currently, in teaching earth space science to 9th grade students, are you aware of any protections for a teacher that doesn't teach the Big Bang Theory to students, even if they don't believe the Big Bang Theory?
No.
Thank you. Sure. I'm a little unorthodox in my teaching style. The gentleman from the 76, you make a great argument. You really do. Guardrails. You know, how do we keep someone from going amok? That can happen anywhere. I have 2 books in my room at school, and I sure hope when I get back they're both still there. One of the books has theories presented in it. One's the Big Bang Theory, and I'm charged with teaching that to students in my classroom, and I do not agree with it. I keep another book in my room that is the Holy Bible, and it belonged to my great-grandmother. And it's a nice book. I keep it there open up to John 3:16 usually. And when I come to the point in my classroom when I teach the theory of the creation of the world, I tell my students that this book in front of you has a theory. And I tell them that book over there has a theory. And it is up to you and your family or your parents or your guardians, it is up to you and your family to discuss these theories and determine what makes sense to you. And I like the delegate from whatever district, Mr. Shamlin, teach them to think. Don't tell them what to think. And I think that young man that was in here and got his picture, I'd like to thank him, because now if we pass this, I have a way to maybe not get fired for saying what I say in class on that topic. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 35th District, Delegate Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
The gentleman from the 35th District moves the previous question. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor of the motion to move the previous question will vote aye. Is there a roll call vote? Well, I guess it's not. Roll call. Is the demand sustained? Yes. The demand is sustained. All those in favor of moving the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 77, the nays are 23 members not voting. A majority of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the previous question ordered. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 51st District to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass the bill.
The question before the House is passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the ayes are 89, the nays are 9, 2 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 280, allowing teachers in public schools to discuss scientific theories.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the title.
Question is on the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will say aye. The opposed nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The title is amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I move, subject to announcements, that the House recess until 8:30 p.m.
Gentleman from 96 moves that, subject to announcements, that the House adjourn until recess until, yes, thank you, will recess until 8:30 p.m. Are there announcements? Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been requested that members of the Judiciary Committee meet down front for a picture during this recess period, if you would, immediately following. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 55th District, Delegate Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to return to introductions just briefly.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I wanted to recognize in the West Gallery my beautiful wife, Mary Claire Akers. And for some reason, my teenage children came here on a Saturday night to express their love for their dad, I guess. Ethan Akers, Harper Akers, and Catherine Akers. I love you guys.
Further introductions? Further introductions? Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that we stand in recess until 8:30 p.m. Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will stand in recess until 8:30 p.m.